area. Hey there, folks. JB Buno here with you live on WFLA now. Let's go live directly to the courthouse so you can hear more of the testimony from Curtis Reeves. They just took a 10-minute break. We are now getting into Curtis Reeves' testimony on the day of the shooting, that day in January of 2014, when in a dispute that occurred over a cell phone being used in a movie theater, we had Curtis Reeves take out his firearm from his side and pull the trigger, killing Chad Olson in a Wesley Chapel movie theater. We're about to hear from Curtis Reeves again in highly anticipated testimony. Let's listen in.
We didn't introduce the thumb drive, Scott. That was just demonstrative, the thumb drive. That's why we put the pictures in. Yeah.
Right. So that'll actually be 13. Defense 13, okay. Any objection, Mr. Rosenwasser? All right, it'll be admitted as defense 13. Thank you. Okay.
For those of you filing in here on WFLA.com, the WFLA app, this is Curtis Reeves taking the stand. They are about to begin the second portion of testimony where he is expected to begin discussing the January 2014 shooting of Chad Olson in a Wesley Chapel movie theater.
Jurors in the courtroom, Your Honor.
All righty. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, were you able to abide by my instructions during the recess? All right, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Escobar.
Mr. Reeves, some housekeeping matters that my colleagues here reminded me of. I'm going to pass those.
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit Composite AAA, and have you please take a look at that.
Yes, sir.
You recognize that?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what are those?
Those are certificates of training and professional certifications from my time at Busch Gardens.
Your Honor, we would move AAA into evidence. I've showed it.
Reed has previously made objections.
Okay, same ruling. They'll be admitted as 14.
Mr. Reeves, I'm not going to ask you any questions about that. The jury will have the ability to look at those for themselves. Getting back now to the theater, I believe we left off where you had been waiting a bit in the lobby for Matt, you and Mrs. Reeves, is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
And then you indicated that you proceeded to go into the theater after buying some popcorn and a drink, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so when you went into the theater, where did you sit?
We sat on the very last row, almost in the middle of the theater. There's a wall that you, at the very back of the theater, there's a wall. We were right up against that wall.
Was it still pretty early on, meaning that the previews
Yes,
were not playing? You were just there for a period of time?
The lights were up. There may have been something on the screen. We weren't paying much attention. It was probably housekeeping stuff like the concession stand, that sort of stuff.
Okay. And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury whether Mr. and Mrs. Olson were likewise seated in front of you and your wife?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How long of time passed during that period of time before the previews started?
I'm gonna guess 10 minutes maybe, or I don't know exactly, 10 or 15 minutes, because we got there rather early.
Okay. And during those 10 or 15 minutes, did you notice whether Mr. Olson was using his phone?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And did you, during that time, at any point in time, interrupt his using of the phone and tell him to stop using the phone or anything like that?
Not until after the preview started.
Okay. And so for those 10 or 15 minutes, you and Vivian sat there, discussed whatever you all were discussing, is that correct?
I had texted my son and told him where we were sitting so he could find us, and other than that, just talking, I guess.
Okay. At some point in time, does an announcement come on?
I think right about the end of the advertisement says the turn off your cell phone graphic, I guess you could say, and then they announced to turn off your cell phones, if I remember correctly.
Okay. And did the previews then start?
Yes, sir, they did.
Okay. And so the previews start, the announcement has already come on, and were you looking at the previews?
Yes, sir,
And was your wife, Mrs. Reeves, also looking at the previews?
as far as I know.
And why were you looking at the previews?
Well, that's kind of how we decide what shows we're going to see. We kind of look at the trailers
To see what's coming?
to see what's coming, and then we'll decide whether or not we want to come.
At some point in time while you were viewing those previews, did you notice a light shining in the theater?
Yes, sir, I did. I noticed off to my right, over who turned out to be Mr. Olson's left shoulder, was a cell phone.
And was that light shining on you?
It was shining in my face. Yeah, I tried to adjust my seat position, but it was still shining in my face.
What did you do at that point?
I waited for a while after they started because I don't know how long. I waited to see if he would put it away, if he was interested in what was on the screen or not, and it never went away.
And so what did you do, realizing that it was not going to be turned off as the announcement had requested of all patrons?
Let's keep our cell phones off, please.
When I realized that it wasn't going to go off and that it was still shining in my face, I leaned over and requested that he turn his phone off. I said, "Would you mind turning your phone off, sir?"
Okay. And so when you're saying leaned over, you were seated in your seat.
Yes, sir.
And tell the ladies and gentlemen what you mean by leaning over.
Well, when you're in the theater like that, I don't know how far apart we were, but I wasn't communicating with anybody but this gentleman. So I would lean over to get a little bit closer to him so that I didn't have to yell at him, and I just asked him if he would put his phone away.
Okay. At that point in time, were the previews playing?
Yes, sir.
Were the previews loud?
Loud, and the lights had gone down. It was darker, but that's what I remember.
Okay. And so what response did you get from Mr. Olson when you leaned forward to tell him, that was quietly, you said?
Yes, sir.
To please turn his phone off?
It was a fuck off, get the fuck out of my face was the response that I got back. He was facing away from me, but he was saying it loud enough to where I heard it.
And so what did you do at that point?
I sat back in my chair and still thinking that he might put it away.
Did you overhear some additional conversations after that statement was made to you?
I heard him talking because he was talking loudly, and I think he was talking to his wife or maybe to the theater in general because it was loud, and I perceived that his wife had reached over with one of her arms, and my thought was that she was probably trying to get him to quiet down.
Okay. And so what are you doing at this point in time? Are you just seated back?
Yes, sir, I waited to see if, if he was going to turn his phone off.
Did you attempt to try to hear what was being discussed between Mr. Olson and his wife?
No, sir, I don't think I did. It was loud. I could hear him talking. I never heard her say anything, and I really just picked up a word every now and then.
Okay. So, how long do you think you waited before you decided to leave the theater?
I think somewhere between right around 3/4 of a minute, I guess, half a minute, 3/4 of a minute. And it was still prominently displayed and still shining in my eyes.
Okay. And so what did you decide to do at that point?
Well, I decided that if I couldn't get him to turn it off, that it was between him and the theater. They're the ones that said you can't use one. It wasn't between him and I. So, I again, being not necessarily gentle, but I just leaned over and I said, you leave me no alternative other than to notify the management.
And how did he respond to that?
He didn't give a fuck what I did. And that was pretty loud, and he didn't turn around either. He was still facing away from me.
And so what did you do at this point?
Well, he was saying some other things that I could pick up a word every now and again. He was being kind of loud and stuff like that, but I didn't pick up any words. So I had a bag of popcorn in my hand. I handed it to my wife, and I started down the aisle towards the end aisle.
Mr. Reeves, why at that point in time didn't you just move your seats?
Well, the guy was just being mouthy. I mean, I had a career of dealing with people like that. It didn't present a threat to me. I probably didn't think about how it affected my wife, but to me, I saw no threat to it at all.
And so you get up to do what?
I got up to go down the aisle to the end to go to the manager's office.
Okay, and it was still dark in the theater?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And as you were leaving the theater, did you speak to any of the patrons where you were trying to get by?
Well, yeah, there's not a lot of space in there, and I didn't want to bump this guy's chair, so yeah, I used I used the wall behind me or behind my wife to kind of steady me as I walked down the aisle, so I didn't bump into his chair or step on anybody else's feet.
Okay. And you proceeded out?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And where did you go?
I went down the stairs and I went out front, and there was a young man at the where they take the tickets, and I asked him if there was a manager nearby, and he pointed me towards the guy that was sitting in the kiosk out front.
Okay. And so when you get to the individual that was at the kiosk up front, was there somebody else that was speaking to that manager at the time?
Yes, there was a lady standing right around the counter from me. She would have been on my right, and she was conversing with the manager and back and forth at that time.
Did you interrupt them at all during that process?
No, sir, I didn't.
Okay. Did you wait for your turn to speak to the manager?
Yes, sir, I waited until he acknowledged me.
And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury exactly what you told the manager at that moment?
I told him that I said I kind of apologized to him and said I feel kind of strange doing this, but I'm a guy complaining on another guy. I said, but I've got a guy sitting in front of me that is using his cell phone, and I asked him politely to put his cell phone away, and I said he used a lot of profanity, and I said I don't feel comfortable talking to this guy again. Could you help me out?
Okay. And what did he say?
He responded that he would take care of it.
Okay.
That
And so where did you go then?
I went back in the theater.
And did you go back into your role?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you try to get back to your seat in a polite and courteous way?
Yeah, going in and out. I told people. Most people don't go out right after the show starts. It's kind of awkward, so I kind of felt awkward leaving at that particular point. But I said things like, "Sorry, I have to get by," "Excuse me," that sort of thing. Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you mad?
No, sir.
When you got up off your seat to go tell the manager, were you mad?
No, sir.
You heard Mrs. Roy come and testify before this jury. When you were leaving the theater, were you grumpy?
No, sir.
Did you tell the manager where you were seated?
Yes, sir, I did.
As you were walking back to your seat, or did you get back to your seat?
I got back to my seat, and then I took the popcorn bag from my wife and sat down and got it from her. One or the other, I got it from her.
Okay, and during that time period, did you hear Mr. Olson making any statements?
I heard him. He wasn't talking to me. I don't know who he was talking to. He was talking, again, kind of loud. And he was saying something about the manager and the theater. I didn't pick up every word. I was standing up, and it was something about the theater and the manager, and he had been kind of staring in my direction, and I don't know. He wasn't talking to me, but he was speaking out loud.
He was staring at your directions as you were walking?
As I came back in, yes, sir. He kind of looked in my direction.
Okay. And was he accusing you of turning him into the manager?
I kind of interpreted it as that, but I didn't hear those exact words. It was, I think he was trying to relay that he was not happy.
Okay. And then what did you do at this point?
I tried to, I think the word is diffuse the situation, so I made a comment to him about if I had known that you had put your phone away, I wouldn't have involved the manager.
Okay. Now, Mr. Reeves, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what happens at this very moment.
As I sit down, he's still talking loudly, and he's facing away from me. I can pick up a word every now and then, but I don't know what he's actually saying. And a movement caught me off on the right side of my eye, and I turned my head to look at him, and almost immediately he had turned and was on his feet, and I had something between me and the theater screen that I saw just a flash of a reflection off of. And then everything went kind of fuzzy.
Did you believe at that point that you had been hit?
Yes, sir, I did.
And where do you think that you were hit at that moment?
I think I was hit on my glasses on the top left side. That was where I felt the impact, I think. And I wasn't sure how it had happened because I didn't think he was that close to me. So it had to be something else.
That's what you thought?
Yes, sir.
This blur that you saw, were you able to describe it?
It was like a flash. It was between me and the screen. It was very close to me. It just didn't compute. I had no idea what it was at that time.
At that moment, did it appear that he was coming into your space?
At that point, I noticed that he was standing up. He was yelling a lot of profanities. There was threats and who the fuck do you think you are? I was texting my fucking daughter. The F word seemed to be his primary vocabulary at that point. Who the fuck do you think you are? I'm going to fuck you up or something. Now that's not exact, because I'm picking up bits and pieces because this guy is very volatile and active. He's trying to come over the seats.
Did you try initially to get up?
I was in a seated position, and when I first detected the profanity and stuff, he was trying to come over the seat. He was trying to. I felt like he was trying to either that or get to me, one or the other. It appered to me that I've never been in that kind of a position before, and I realized immediately, and I don't know how, whether he got onto his seat, I don't know what happened, but when he stood up, I'm sitting down in a completely defenseless position. I'm looking up at this guy, and he looked like a monster standing there. He was mad. He exhibited explosive behavior, both verbally and physically. And I had seen his wife, who had tried to control him when he jumped up, and she had a hold of his arm, and he had turned around. At that point, I was focused on him.
Why at that point were you just focused on him?
He was a threat. He was a threat that was very close to me. And the closer a threat is to you, the less time you have to react to anything that happens. I had tried to get further away from my wife because he was after me, and I had leaned as far as I could to my left, and I had kind of straightened my right leg out towards where my wife was sitting, and I didn't want to again hit his chair. He just appeared to me like he was out of control. That it was like his wife was kind of hanging onto his arm or his shoulder. She was in the peripheral. I saw him. He was reaching for me or trying to come over the seat again. It was at that point I couldn't get up. I was trapped. I couldn't go left or right, and even beyond being seated in front of this guy that's standing up in front of me, I'm leaning to the side, completely defenseless. I could do nothing to defend myself.
At some point, do you decide to pull your weapon?
At some point after he's reached, either trying to come over the seat or tried to hit me, at some point I made a decision that I had no alternative. The guy's, in my opinion, he's completely out of control. He's not settling down, and his wife is trying to hold him back, or appear to be trying to hold him back, or control him. I guess that would be the right word. And I've never been encountered by somebody exhibiting that uncontrolled anger or rage, and all of the perceptors that you could imagine, whether it's verbal, physical, expression. At some point at that time, I had no other choice, and I reached for my pistol.
Now, after reaching from your pistol, do you see some hands coming in your direction?
I'm pretty much zeroed in on him, and I know I made some comments at some point in there as this was happening. It was very quick. In my mind, it was, the event itself was very fast. And I didn't think I had enough time to respond. And at that point, I was concerned that he was so much above me and so full of rage, I guess you could say, that he was going to strike me with all the strength that he had or he could put together. I figured that this was the end of the line for me. I thought that at the very least I'd be seriously injured, if not killed.
Curtis, did you feel at that point in time that you had the capabilities to ward him off with your bare hands?
I was pretty sure I couldn't do that. That was never a question. In the position that I was in, there's no way I could have done that.
You fired a shot from your pistol?
One shot.
What happens after you fire that shot?
As soon as he turns away, then he's no longer a threat. So I lay down the pistol, and then I try to determine how bad I'm hurt. And then I realized that my glasses, the reason that everything is blurry is because my glasses were kind of sideways. I'm gonna call it askew. This left piece here was down on my cheek, and my glasses were kind of, I guess you could call it askew. That's when I realized that the reason everything was so blurry was because my glasses had been knocked off.
Well, were they knocked off or were they askew?
Askew.
Okay. Were those the glasses you were wearing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. May I see them?
Yes, sir.
May I approach?
Give me.
It's okay if I look at them as well?
Yes.
Thank you.
Curtis, these are the glasses that you had?
Yes, sir.
And don't be insulted. These are old men glasses that can switch and turn in every direction known to man. I'm not
Yep.
going to break them,
Yes, sir.
right? I've done this before, right?
Yes, sir.
And these are the glasses that you were wearing that day.
Yes, sir, it is.
Curtis, did you want to shoot Chad Olson?
I didn't want to shoot anybody. I came to the theater with my family to enjoy a movie, not to be attacked by some guy that's out of control.
The most dangerous of individuals are what? Individuals that are out of control.
Absolutely, anybody that's not controllable, their rage is so powerful, their thought patterns, in my opinion, are only towards whatever they feel anger towards. They're not influenced by the surrounding area.
Had you ever in your entire life seen anybody act the way Mr. Olson acted in a movie theater? Do you ever see anybody? Did you ever experience anything like that?
I've never experienced anything like that inside of a theater or anywhere else. That was a complete surprise. It was a shock that somebody would actually do that. And I guess the thing that I couldn't understand, and all this passed through my mind right away, is why is somebody acting like that over such a trivial thing? I still haven't figured that out.
Why were you trying to create distance at some point in time in this situation?
Well, any time that you're involved in any kind of and I'm going back to training and exposure and experience for years, any time that you're going to be involved in something like that, the first thing that you want to do is get away from the individual. You want to, that would diffuse it. If you could get away from them, then whatever is going to happen may not happen. If you can't, then you're like in my case, I had nowhere to go and no way to get there.
How quickly did all this happen?
In my mind, it was the blink of an eye from the time I sat down until it was over.
Once you fired the shot, did you say, "Throw popcorn at me, will you"?
I had no knowledge at all about that popcorn in my statement. The deputies asked me that, I think. I never saw the popcorn until I saw it on the floor. I had no idea what had happened to the popcorn.
Did you shoot Mr. Olson because of popcorn?
I shot Mr. Olson because I thought he was going to seriously injure me or potentially kill me.
May I approach? Mr. Reeves, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 55, and I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 51, and ask you if you recognize those exhibits.
Yes, sir. These are the photographs that the ID tech from the sheriff's office took, I think, in the theater.
Did you get an opportunity to see yourself in a mirror while you were seated in the front seat of a patrol cruiser?
Yes, sir. The detectives put me in the passenger when they were conducting the interview, and I asked them if I could use their little mirror.
And why did you ask them if you could use their mirror?
After I had, my eye was still bothering me, and I had already.
Which eye was that?
Sir?
Which eye was that?
Left eye.
Okay.
Yes. My eye was still bothering me, and I wanted to see if I could see anything in it.
Okay. And does those pictures fairly and accurately depict what you saw in the mirror?
Yes, sir, it does. Yes, sir.
Okay. And what do you see on the left eye, the corner of your left eye, in the state's exhibits?
Yeah, it appears to me that the left corner of my eye, going down across, I don't know, this area right here, from up here on my top of my eyelid down to this little corner there.
Now, Mr. Reeves, when you put the firearm on your lap, why did you do that?
Because you don't know who else is in the theater. You don't know who else is armed, and I didn't want to be I wasn't a threat to anybody else. I was only trying to defend myself. I didn't want anybody else to think that I was a threat.
Is that training? Does that come from training and years of training as a law enforcement officer?
Yes, sir, it does.
Okay. And so you put that gun on your left knee?
I put it on my knee. I think it was my left knee.
After you put that gun on your left knee, did someone come and pick up that gun from your left knee?
Yes, sir. As I was adjusting my glasses and examining my face, I didn't see his badge, but a deputy walked up, and I heard him say that he was a deputy, and so when I leaned back, I pointed at my pistol. It was on my lap, so he picked it up.
Okay. Now, at that moment, were you able to look down at what was in between your feet?
As I put my glasses back on and the deputy was standing there, I looked down between my feet, and yes, I did. I saw the cell phone between my feet.
Madam Clerk, may I see that cell phone real quick? May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Mr. Reeves, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 24, and ask you to take a look at the interior of that exhibit and tell me if you recognize that exhibit.
Yes, sir, I think I do. The white spot up here, that kind of caught my eye. I think it was laying on the floor like that. But this is what it looks like, yes, sir.
Is that the phone that was located between your legs?
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Reeves, you were arrested right there in seat number 9, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, by law enforcement.
Yes, sir.
And you were taken out in handcuffs to a vehicle, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you were interviewed.
Yes, sir.
And it's my understanding then you were interviewed by Detective Proctor and Detective Koenig, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The interview that you had with Detective Proctor and Detective Koenig were recorded, right?
Yes, sir.
And did you answer all of their questions?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did you encourage them to ask you any question that they needed to ask you there in that interview?
Yes, sir, I did.
And you waived your rights to remain silent
Yes, sir, I
that
did.
day, is that correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
And you told them that you wanted to cooperate,
Yes, sir.
and did you?
Yes, sir.
May I have a moment?
You may.
No further questions.
Thank you.
Move to the approach.
Yes.
The defense states that they have no further questions. As Curtis Reeves taking the stand 8 years after the shooting on January 13th, 2014, as attorneys for both sides approach the bench. Again, this is highly anticipated testimony, 8 years in the making, after Curtis Reeves, his wife, Chad Olson, his wife, went to see a Monday matinee of the Mark Wahlberg film Lone Survivor at Wesley Chapel's Cobb Grove 16 Theater on January 13th, 2014. Olson would be killed in a shooting, Curtis Reeves pulling the trigger.
Do you, all right, ladies and gentlemen, we need to take a short comfort break. Let's take 10 minutes and remember my instructions during the recess, please.
All rise for the recess for 10 minutes.
You want me to just let him go? Tina, call him back just a second.
Oh, and jurors, can I see the jurors back in here?
Sorry.
So sorry. I think one went to the...
We'll be going over the case here in just a moment, folks.
Number 4 is in the...
Okay. We're gonna need to take an early lunch anyway, so rather than take a short break and then go to lunch, I'm just gonna let you go. So we'll wait for number 4 though, but that's all. That way we won't have to call you back in and then go for another break. The lawyers and myself have some stuff to talk about. Any objection to?
No objection.
Okay. State, no objection to just telling number 4?
No objection.
Okay, yeah, you guys can go ahead. Remember my instructions during the recess. Be back at 12 o'clock.
A 10-minute break extended to an hour-long break. A live look at Curtis Reeves, 79 years old, in his early 70s when the shooting occurred, leading to the death of 43-year-old Chad Olson at a Monday matinee at a Wesley Chapel movie theater, January 13th, 2014. Disagreement over texting in the movie theater.
Is for jury deliberations, have them have the computer, that way they can watch the video.
Okay.
If the court needs any case law, I have a case directly on point that I can bring back after the break.
Okay.
That permits that.
Your Honor, as long as the defense likewise would be able to put our contents on that computer, I would think that there would be no problem.
Anything admitted into evidence will go back, and just off the top of my head, as long as it's a clean computer that can play, I can't imagine any reason why that wouldn't be the best way. Now, I don't know about you folks, but I know the state here understands we've had limitations in the past where we didn't have a computer that we could send back, so the process was always a little different. And it was very cumbersome, quite frankly, but it was what we had to do. We'd bring them back, let them watch, whoever had a computer that they could show, they'd watch, then they'd go back, they'd want to see it again, we'd have to do it all over again. No one could speak to them and they couldn't speak to us. just for the purpose of showing. So it was very cumbersome, and I've often wished that we just had one that could just go back there. So if there's any objections to that, I'll hear them now, but
Judge, my only objection is that we want to make sure that whatever computer that they have are able to play the videos of both sides, obviously.
right.
Yeah, obviously you can use it.
Well, we've got to make sure that, we can download them. When I spoke to Glenn, he thought it was a dinosaur, so I don't know what the capabilities are.
It's a Windows 7 because that's what was existing at the time. So we've wiped it. The codec that you need to play the raw videos and everything that we have is on there because Windows 10 just wouldn't
Okay,
accept it.
I get
So we
that.
had to go back to that. And then, of course, the Wi-Fi's been disabled. The Bluetooth has been disabled.
I don't have a problem with any of that.
And all that mechanical gut stuff.
Okay.
I just want to make sure that our stuff plays, so
All
I
right.
guess we'll have to.
Yeah,
maybe
check it out.
Go check it out.
I understand thoroughly. I've had a terrible time when we went to Windows 10. A lot of things didn't work all of a sudden, and so I get it. Just so long as both sides can equally utilize it and that it's not too difficult for the jury, as long as it's not too difficult for them to
It's
use.
set up with a tag, so they hit it, it goes right to the player. So
Okay.
there's no,
No other stuff?
it is so clean it's almost useless.
Awesome.
Except for
That, okay. All right, you guys, during the lunch break, will have an opportunity to look at that? Well, we don't have to do it
Right,
now
right,
anyway, so.
right. If we can do it after that.
Yeah, we can do it after that. All right.
And just for sake of argument, let's say that doesn't happen. Then I guess for the defense, we have to use the cumbersome process.
Okay, yeah, well,
Let's not argue about it until we figure out. We
right,
got enough things to
but
do.
definitely before the end of the day, let's have that ironed out.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Enjoy your lunch break.
A bit of a conversation there about the electronics that will be used to play back video. Curtis Reeves taking the stand this morning, February 24th, 2022. Now exiting the stand for a 1-hour lunch break. But Curtis Reeves will be answering a whole lot more questions as to what occurred on January 13th, 2014. Hey there, folks. JB here with you live on WFLA Now. It's still the morning. Good Thursday morning to all of you. We're coming up on 11 o'clock Eastern Time, of course, here in the Tampa Bay area. That's a live look at Curtis Reeves, exiting for that 1-hour break. We're going to kind of go over a bit of the case. I'll do my very best to answer some questions in the Facebook Live and YouTube Live comment section for about 10 minutes. And then, of course, we'll be back here with you live at noon for what we anticipate to be the cross-examination of Curtis Reeves. We're going to hear from the state asking some very pertinent questions as to what occurred that day. And again, let's not forget, he is facing a charge. It's a second-degree murder trial here for Curtis Reeves. 79 years old, about 71 years old when the shooting occurred in January of 2014. Curtis Reeves, the facts of the case are Curtis Reeves and his wife were at the movie theater that day, the movie theater being Wesley Chapel's Cobb Grove 16 movie theater in Pasco County, Florida. For those of you joining us outside the viewing area, that's kind of a little bit north of Tampa. And they went to see a Monday matinee at the movie theater, seeing the Mark Wahlberg film Lone Survivor. As the previews were rolling, Chad Olson, in this case, he was 43 years old that day, and at the time of his death, was on his cell phone texting. Of course, when you go to the movies, they tell you this is the portion of the presentation to silence your cell phones and turn off your cell phones, put away your electronic devices. Even beyond that disclaimer, Chad Olson still had his phone out. There was a light coming from the phone, and directly seated behind him and his wife was the man that we've been hearing from this morning, that being 79-year-old, again, Curtis Reeves, 71, in his early 70s, when the shooting occurred that day. Curtis Reeves attempted to to talk to Chad Olson, and did talk to Chad Olson about getting the cell phone turned off and putting it away. It got combative. It got contentious. We have heard, of course, now from multiple witnesses who have testified, saying that that Curtis Reeves then left to inform a manager of what was going on, that it was the movie theater's rule, and that when Curtis Reeves came back, there was another exchange between the two, an exchange that got even more contentious. And we'll kind of go over now some of the quotes from Curtis Reeves in his testimony, because what happened then was it escalated to a point where Curtis Reeves pulled out his firearm, fired a single shot into Chad Olson, and it would be a fatal shot, leading to the 43-year-old's death. Here are some of the quotes from the testimony. Curtis Reeves saying, and we'll go back to some of the video from earlier in the trial here. Curtis Reeves saying that Chad Olson looked like a monster, that he exhibited explosive behavior. There was a moment where he said that he felt, the exact words were, "I had no other choice. It was very quick. The event itself was very fast." There was a portion there when he then said that Curtis Reeves believed that he was going to be seriously injured or killed, and that he could not ward off Chad Olson. There has been back and forth in witness testimony as to just how aggressive Chad Olson was being. Of course, by now we have heard enough witness testimony to know that there was a very, very intense verbal exchange going on. And there was, of course, now you hear from Reeves about whether or not he was making any attempt, whether or not, this is something that's going to come up, we anticipate in the afternoon session, whether or not Chad Olson was attempting to get over the movie theater chair. But this all, we're gonna hear more about this in the afternoon session. But if there's one thing that is completely certain, is that this all happened extraordinarily quickly. We have, of course, heard about the popcorn that flew during this exchange, and the popcorn, of course, being a very integral part of this escalated dispute between the two men. And I'll read a couple of other quotes pertaining to the throwing or the flipping of popcorn. And let's see if I can find that back. Curtis Reeves saying, "Why is someone acting like that over such a trivial thing? It was in the blink of an eye." And then he says, "I never saw the popcorn. I shot Mr. Olson because I thought he was going to seriously injure me or potentially kill me." So again, this is somebody who says that he was in fear for his life, in fear for his own safety. This has had a lengthy legal sort of journey to get to this point, including with Florida's Stand Your Ground law, and even reaching a state Supreme Court ruling that got us to this point, that this doesn't necessarily categorize as a stand your ground case, that here we are today, Curtis Reeves facing being in trial for a second-degree murder charge. So again, we're anticipating a verdict in the days ahead. We are really at the end of this now, an end of a couple of weeks, but really an 8-year journey to get to this point to determine whether or not Curtis Reeves will be held, will be found guilty of any of the charges that he is facing connected to. Again, it's a fact that is not in dispute. He shot and killed 43-year-old Chad Olson that day in a disagreement over texting in a movie theater. I think that we can all agree, all of us, it's just something we can universally agree upon, that is a trivial thing, that texting in a movie theater isn't something that should lead to somebody losing their life. And Chad Olson, a relatively young person, having the rest of his life ahead of him, you of course, the family of Chad Olson, being there, you see the wife, Nicole. Let's also talk about her as well. She had her hand on Olson at the time of the shooting, and she suffered a gunshot wound that the bullet passed by her finger, and she was shot in the hand. That one single gunshot, injuring her hand, and it being the fatal gunshot that claimed the life of Chad Olson. So we'll go through some of the comments here in the Facebook Live comment section, but let's kind of just talk about today for a quick moment. This began in the morning with a very lengthy very lengthy explanation as to Reeves' history with Tampa police, his history as the head of security at Busch Gardens, the early conception of SWAT teams in Tampa and his involvement in that. And I don't think there's going to be anyone who's going to dispute that Curtis Reeves has a very lengthy resume when it comes to his involvement with law enforcement in the Tampa Bay area. Curtis Reeves talked a lot here today in the testimony you just heard, and we've heard so much about his training and how he has trained others. This is somebody who is a true veteran, or was a veteran, is a veteran, a retiree of Tampa Police, but was a longtime veteran of the Tampa Police Department. And now at the age of 79, taking the stand in his own defense in a trial where he used his firearm inside a movie theater to take the life of another after he says that he feels that his life was in danger. So we had a very lengthy morning session about just how much training he has received, how involved he was in his law enforcement career as a Tampa Police veteran, his time working in security as well. And then it gets to this late morning session where he describes in detail, as we were just noting, the shooting that took place that day, January 13th, 2014. So we'll go over a couple of comments in the Facebook Live, YouTube Live comment section. In fact, let's what we'll try to do, I'll read a few here, use hashtag AJB, and I'll do my very best to address some questions. But as a reminder, if you're just joining us, if you're just finding us, we're in a 1-hour break, and we're going to be back at noon. And you just heard the defense attorney's question, of course, their client, Curtis Reeves. And now we're about to hear some more from the state. So this is going to be a fascinating, if you will. It's going to be a fascinating cross-examination, and I think that a lot of folks who have been following this trial in the Tampa Bay area and beyond, really this has received national attention. The people that have been following this trial have really been waiting for this moment, this afternoon session, when Curtis Reeves is going to be asked questions by those who are prosecuting him on the charge of second-degree murder. So let's go to some of the Facebook Live comments. Use hashtag AJB, and that way I can bring in your comment interactively, and I can kind of spotlight it, and I'll do my very best to do so. I'll answer this question from Susan. And Susan, we'll get to your question. It says hashtag AJB has the gunman, and that, of course, Curtis Reeves, being the man who fired the shot that day, said why he had a gun in a theater that posted no guns allowed. We heard testimony from Curtis Reeves' wife that, and we've also heard just additional testimony that it wasn't out of the ordinary for Curtis Reeves to carry a firearm, and that, of course, that he carried a firearm for his own self-defense. But a lot of people have asked that question: why are you bringing a gun into a movie theater? And of course, if you were to ask that question to Curtis Reeves, I would imagine that his response would be it was for situations that he felt that his life could potentially be in danger, that somebody would want to harm him or his family. Again, his son was going to be there that day as well. In fact, his son arrived at the movie theater just as this was all escalating. So that's why he would carry. And let's get to some other questions here in the Facebook Live comment section. Also on YouTube Live, let's see if we can get some YouTube comments going here as well. I haven't seen too many other comments pertaining to this. I'm seeing some other comments pertaining to other questions about other stories. And of course, the latest is on WFLA.com, the WFLA app. Not seeing too many other questions. We are in a 1-hour break, everybody. We'll be back at noon Eastern. So that's in 49 minutes from now. The time now, 11:11. Make a wish. We'll be back at noon Eastern, or maybe even a little bit before. We'll stay here with you live as long as we can as we cover the Curtis Reeves trial taking place, of course, right here in the Tampa Bay area. If you want to read the latest, it's on WFLA.com, the WFLA app. Full coverage of the Curtis Reeves movie theater shooting trial. Again, the movie theater shooting that occurred January 13th, 2014. As we come up on noon Eastern time, JB here with you live, folks, on WFLA Now. Preparations underway for the trial to continue. The trial of Curtis Reeves. Second-degree murder is the charge as he takes the stand in his own defense for the 2014 fatal shooting of Chad Olson in a Pasco County movie theater over a dispute that occurred over texting inside the movie theater. You can see that they are preparing some video equipment. As we get audio back, we'll listen in. Hello, folks. JB here with you live on WFLA Now. Good afternoon. We can now say officially to you, at least here on the East Coast. Here in Tampa, Florida is where we are, and in Pasco County, of course, is where we have the shooting trial underway and has been underway for some time, the last couple of weeks. The shooting trial of Curtis Reeves. Now, we are expecting, of course, Curtis Reeves and his testimony to continue this afternoon. We'll see exactly what form that takes, but you can see clearly here that they are setting up video equipment. So the testimony is going to likely feature a cross-examination, of course, from the prosecution, and that is expected to happen in the hours ahead. But I was just checking in with our the reporter on this case who's been following this, Jeff Patterson for WFLA News Channel 8, checking in with him to see exactly what we expect on the restart here at noon Eastern Time, where we are right now. And as of right now, we don't know exactly what the next step is, but they are clearly setting up video equipment. Again, we're live with the Curtis Reeves movie theater trial here in the Tampa Bay area. We are expecting audio to come back in here momentarily.
Thank you. Be seated. Yeah.
For those of you joining us here on WFLA.com, the WFLA app, and engaging a new audience on Facebook Live. JB Buno here with you live across all of our social media platforms, including YouTube as well. We are now getting into the afternoon session of Curtis Reeves' testimony. 8 years in the making, the highly anticipated testimony. Reeves taking the stand in his own defense in the deadly movie theater shooting that occurred in January of 2014. Curtis Reeves killing 43-year-old Chad Olson in a dispute at a Wesley Chapel movie theater that occurred over texting inside of that movie theater. By now, of course, many who have been following this case know the particulars quite well. For those of you who are looking for, as we see here, the attorneys for both sides approaching the bench, having a conversation with the judge. For those of you looking for more backstory, if you're not up to date on this case, you can click on the link in the description on this video. It'll take you over to WFLA.com, the WFLA app, where we have the latest on the Curtis Reeves trial. So look for that link in the description on the video and in the pinned comment below, or you might be with us already on WFLA.com or the WFLA app. Following here, the court feed, they have cut audio, and that's what they do when, of course, that they have sensitive conversations that take place between attorneys for both sides and the judge. There you see Curtis Reeves taking the stand, awaiting the continuation of his testimony. Widely expected to, of course, take questions from prosecutors here shortly. And again, this is 8 years in the making, waiting for Curtis Reeves to give his version of events as to what occurred that day and why he pulled out a handgun and shot and killed Chad Olson in that movie theater. We heard a little bit in his testimony, answering questions from the defense earlier on in the morning session. He was talking about how he was in fear for his safety, how in his own words, he said, "I had no other choice." He also said, quote unquote, "It was very quick." As we look at the wife of Chad Olson, who has been seen in many different cutaway shots over the course of the questioning this morning. She was, of course, shot in the hand by the same bullet that would pass her finger, injuring her hand, and that being the fatal shot that would end up claiming the life of 43-year-old Chad Olson. So this is a very key section of the trial itself that we are getting into as we continue to hear from Curtis Reeves. Jury, of course, filed in, and we expect a verdict in the days ahead. So for those of you joining us again, constantly engaging a new digital audience as we wait for Curtis Reeves to continue being questioned. We looked at Curtis, as we look here at Curtis Reeves, his wife. Want to let you know we're live here on WFLA.com, the WFLA app. We're also live on YouTube and Facebook as well. Again, key testimony expected this afternoon, testimony that could be key in the jury's ultimate verdict in this case, when they do in fact reach a verdict, expected in the days ahead. The movie theater trial of movie theater shooting trial of 79-year-old Curtis Reeves. You see here on the right side of your screen, he was in his early 70s, 8 years ago, when he pulled the trigger, claiming the life of Chad Olson, in a decision that he made at the time because he felt that he was in fear for his own safety. And of course, we heard a little bit about that in the morning. As we now enter the afternoon session. This has been a long, grueling couple of weeks. It has also been a long, grueling 8 years for these families who have now gotten to this point in time where we are now at this stage in the second-degree murder trial of Curtis Reeves, and Reeves now expected to continue answering questions, describing in his words what led to him pulling the trigger that day, January 13, 2014. For those of you who missed the early morning session here in court, there was a lengthy questioning going over Curtis Reeves, his very lengthy resume as a veteran of Tampa Bay area law enforcement and security here in the Tampa Bay area, going into his background training officers, his background on the conception of SWAT teams in Tampa Police. As the audio is now resumed, and we'll listen in for Curtis Reeves' testimony.
All right, are we ready to bring the jurors in? I'll take that as a yes.
Ready for the jurors?
Yes.
Jurors are in the courtroom, Your Honor. Jurors may be seated. All jurors are present and accounted for, Your Honor.
Thank you, Deputy. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for returning. Were you all able to abide by my instructions during the recess? All right, then we will get started again. Mr. Rosenwasser?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Reeves, you're still under oath.
Good afternoon. I have copies of the post-Miranda statement as well as a hearing transcript for you. So if any time you think it's necessary for you to review those documents, let me know, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. I have a couple preliminary questions for you. When you have your glasses on, you had 20/20 vision?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and back January 13th of 2014, when you had your glasses on, you had 20/20 vision, correct?
Yes.
All right, and you indicated that the glasses you're wearing today are the same glasses you were wearing on January 13th of 2014?
That's correct.
All right, and I think we looked at it. May I approach the witness, please?
You may.
Here's what I'd like to do, if it's okay, is publish his glasses to the members of the jury.
Okay.
Maybe I'll have the bailiff do it. All right, just a few preliminary questions. All right, your testimony is that you intentionally shot Chad Olson, correct?
Yes, sir.
This wasn't an accidental shooting. You intentionally pulled the trigger, correct?
That's correct.
Did you kill him out of rage?
No, sir, I did not.
How about blind fury?
I'm sorry?
Blind fury. Did you kill him out of blind fury?
No, sir, I killed him out of fear.
Okay. You didn't just snap and kill him?
No, sir.
And you had brought your firearm to the theater in a holster that's been admitted into evidence, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was in your right pocket?
Yes, sir.
Now, at the time of the shooting, you had been retired for 20 years, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you testified that back when you went to the academy, that was what, back in the late 60s?
The Recruit Academy, yes, sir.
Okay.
Probably
And-
66.
Okay. And you had about 320 hours of training at that time to become a law enforcement officer?
I think, yeah, yes, sir.
Okay. Are you aware that there's today 770 hours?
I have no idea, sir.
You don't know? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Would it surprise you to learn that?
Everything changes. No, sir, it wouldn't.
In other words, the academy is over 2 times longer now than it was back then.
Okay.
Now, you testified about punches and things like that. You recall that testimony?
Punches?
Right. You know, you've seen, what punches. You've investigated cases where people have punched people,
Oh,
right?
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you intentionally touch or strike someone against their will, that's the crime of battery, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, that's a misdemeanor?
Yes, sir.
All right. And the mere fact that someone touches you, you can't shoot and kill them, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And even if someone just throws something on you, no matter what it is, keys, a pad, you can't kill someone for doing that, correct?
I think it would depend on what it is that you throw on them.
I understand, and I'm going to make it very specific. Let's say someone tossed a cup of water on you.
No.
You couldn't kill them, correct?
No, sir.
Anything that's not a deadly weapon, you can't kill them.
I'm gonna object at this point in time. It's calling no predicate for a legal opinion. Because you're talking now about a legal opinion.
Didn't he put forth all his training
Yes,
experience?
Approach.
Yeah, approach.
An objection here from the defense. Judge has asked attorneys from both sides to approach. For those joining us on WFLA.com, the WFLA app, as well as our social media platforms, you can click on the link in the description in this video or in the pinned comment below, and it'll take you over to WFLA.com where you can read how we got up to this point 8 years after the shooting that occurred, January 13, 2014. But important to note, prosecutors now cross-examining Curtis Reeves after the defense questioned him this morning on his lengthy history as an expert, a veteran of law enforcement in the Tampa Bay area, someone who has worked in a lot of different departments of law enforcement as well as security here in the Tampa Bay area. And then, of course, questioning him on the events of January 13, 2014. This is now the state's turn. Prosecutors asking questions to Reeves. It has just begun here in the last few minutes. You're watching live on WFLA.com, the WFLA app, here live on WFLA Now. Just reminding folks that the audio has cut out here intentionally as the attorneys approach the bench, seeking as clarification is sought here on this particular point. We're live from the Curtis Reeves movie theater shooting trial. You're live on WFLA now. Your audio hasn't dropped. It's just that the court feed intentionally mutes itself for sensitive exchanges such as the one that you're viewing here. Not meant for the entirety of the public, meant just for the judge and the attorneys for both sides. We expect audio to resume here momentarily.
Go ahead.
Based on the extensive conversation that was had on direct examination regarding your background, isn't it true that if an object, a non-deadly object, is thrown at you, thrown at anybody, you can't kill that person for throwing that object at them, correct?
If it's, that's kind of a hard question to answer because
I'm going to give you an
it would
example.
depend-
I'll give you an example. Okay, I'll give you an example. Someone throws a plastic water bottle at another person. It hits that person, falls to the ground. You can't kill that person for doing that, correct? That's the fact pattern. That's all it is. That's all I'm asking you.
that would, under those conditions, no, sir.
Now, you were talking about all the different units that you've been assigned to at the Tampa Police Department, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, if you came across somebody that had a firearm, for example, you could hold them at gunpoint, correct?
As a civilian,
No,
as a law enforcement officer,
correct.
you would, if you came up,
Does
You-
that
you
have the
had-
same objections concerning his position as a police officer, where he wasn't a police officer at the time of this incident?
Okay, I'll rephrase it. Okay.
Thank you.
As a civilian, isn't it true that you could pull out a firearm and just point it at somebody in self-defense?
in self-defense?
Correct.
Yes, sir.
And you were indicating that you had been trained in de-escalation tactics, correct?
Yes, sir.
And de-escalation tactics are when you can reduce the intensity of a conflict, right?
Yes, sir.
And a way that you could do that would be to loudly say something, use words, correct?
I think it would depend on circumstances.
I understand. I'm just asking you of all the different ways, right? So one of the ways that you could do that is you could use words.
Yes.
Okay. Another way you could do it, as we indicated before, is that if you had a firearm, you could simply point it at somebody.
I don't think that's a good idea. If you point a firearm at someone, you have no idea what their capabilities are. It could be theirs that they could take it away from you very quickly,
Okay. But at a distance, they couldn't do that.
not at a distance.
Okay. So you could use words. You could point a gun at them. You could also do a combination of both, correct?
Are you talking about as a civilian or as a law enforcement officer?
Well, you were talking about the de-escalation tactics that you were trained in, so that's what I'm talking to.
okay.
I'm talking about your de-escalation tactics. I mean, you testify that you're trained in all this, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you could really utilize that at any time, right? That's part of your training.
As a law enforcement officer, yes, sir.
Okay, are you saying that those tools that you learned as a law enforcement officer, you would just abandon them and not use them in the real world? Meaning de-escalation tactics?
I don't think I would point a gun at anybody being a civilian.
Okay, what I'm asking you is this. You've learned in all the training that you can de-escalate a situation by using words, right?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. And you can also de-escalate a situation, if necessary, to raise a gun without firing it.
Yes, I suppose it may not be a good idea if you're not a law enforcement officer.
Okay, and I understand you're not going to give me that. Now, in the past, when someone's had a weapon, you've held them at gunpoint and told them to drop their weapon, correct?
Yes, sir.
You give them every opportunity before you would fire a shot, correct?
Absolutely.
Because that would be a last resort, correct?
Correct.
And I think you indicated that at Busch Gardens you are also trained in de-escalation tactics, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And at Busch Gardens you're dealing with other civilians, correct? Just people who are at a park.
Yes, sir.
And you weren't law enforcement at Busch Gardens, you were security for Busch Gardens.
Correct.
So you were using non-law enforcement de-escalation tactics at Busch Gardens with just regular citizens who were at the park.
I think that their de-escalation is kind of universal.
Right, and that's my point. That's kind of what I'm getting at with you.
Right.
Is that you can use these universal de-escalation tactics to calm things down, especially in a movie theater.
Correct.
Now, you indicated that you were on several different units at the Tampa Police Department, correct?
Yes, sir.
You indicated that you were on patrol,
Correct.
went to a surveillance unit, fugitive warrants, robbery, homicide, and SWAT, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, would you agree with me those are kind of adrenaline-filled units?
Yes.
And obviously by participating in these units, you kind of like the, for the lack of a better word, the dangerousness component of it. You like to be involved in that type of activity, correct?
I would never say that.
Okay. Well, you didn't shy away from those assignments. You volunteered to go into those positions.
That's correct.
All right. You actually gravitated towards those positions. I mean, every one of those would be a position that entails that an angle, so to speak, of danger.
I think the opportunities were there. I didn't consciously gravitate towards them.
Okay, well, when they opened up, did anybody force you to go into those positions?
No, sir.
Okay, you volunteered to go into those positions.
Yes, sir.
And also, when the positions in the command opened up, you went to apply for those and eventually ended up in a position of command at the department, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you would gravitate towards positions where you would be in control.
I gravitate to positions to make more money.
Okay? But it's also, you were able to control people, correct?
That came with the promotion, yes, sir.
Now, there was a certificate that you had about firearms instruction. If you are firing from the hip, what do you do with the other hand? How do you prevent yourself from shooting yourself?
The training that we used to train is that you kind of put your left hand out in front of you. You kind of hang it out there to balance out your body.
Okay, so you put it out in front of the firearm?
No, you put it out kind of to your side. And when, I don't think it's called hip shooting. I think what it's called is instinctive, or I think I've heard index shooting, I think it is. You try to maintain a body positive position, which means you stay perpendicular to the target, and you kind of put your left hand a little out in front of you so that you're kind of balanced when you come out with the firearm.
Okay, and when you're sitting, isn't it true that you would take the other hand? So for example, you shot with your right hand in this case, correct?
Correct.
And so when you're in a seated position, so you don't shoot yourself, you took your left hand and you placed it close to your body, correct?
No, I've never trained to do that.
Okay. But that would be a way that you would avoid shooting yourself if you instinctively took your left hand and brought it across your body.
Yeah, but I've never done that. Never.
You've never done that before?
I've never trained that way. I've never. No, sir.
Did you do that in this case?
No, sir.
You didn't take your left hand and put it close to your chest?
Not intentionally.
Well, I'm asking you if you did.
I don't have any idea. I think I had, if I'm not mistaken, a bag of popcorn.
Okay, so just to be clear, when you fired the shot, you didn't take your left hand and put it close to your body to avoid shooting your own left hand?
No, sir.
Okay.
Not intentionally.
Now, you indicated that you had a license, correct? And that was an HR 218 license?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you got that in February of 2013?
Yes, sir, I think so.
Okay. And in order to qualify for that license, you have to shoot a 40-round course, correct?
Yes, sir, I think so.
Okay. And you qualified on both the pistol and revolver, correct?
Yes, I did.
So that would be 80 rounds that you had to shoot then, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And again, that was in February of 2013.
Right.
When you qualified with the pistol, you had a magazine, obviously.
Yes.
And how many rounds would fit in that magazine?
I don't remember.
Okay, and in order to load the magazine, obviously you have to press the bullets in. This is going to sound silly, but press the bullets into the magazine, correct?
Well, you pull down with the magazine spring, and you just drop the rounds in the top of the mag.
Okay, and you just have to keep the pressure on the spring each and every time for each and every bullet, right?
You just hold it down and put them all in at once.
And each time you load one, you have to push a bullet in, so there's a little bit more resistance each time, just a little bit.
No, you hold the spring down and you put them all in at once. You just drop them in one at a time. You only depress the spring once.
And for a revolver, there's 6 bullets in the revolver?
I don't remember if it was a 6-shot or an 8-shot.
Nevertheless, there's 80 different rounds that you had to load during this course, correct?
There's directions on how many rounds to load, yes, sir.
Obviously, you didn't have any difficulty doing that because you were able to get your license.
Correct.
Now, you were obviously present when your daughter Jennifer Shaw testified, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And she was talking about how you ride your bicycle, I think it was a road bike and a mountain bike several times a week in 2013.
Correct.
Right?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
And apparently you need coordination for that, right?
Boy, yes, sir.
Okay. I mean, so when you're testifying about the balance difficulties that you've been experiencing for years, you were okay to ride the bike?
Correct.
And you would ride the bike on trails?
No.
No?
On paved surface, I'm sorry. It's a Withlacoochee Trail,
Okay.
but it's
And-
paved.
All right, and when you were to go riding, you'd have to pick the bike up, you'd have to put it on the car, drive over to wherever you were using the trail, take the bike off, right?
Correct.
And you heard her testify that on 5 to 6 occasions, the two of you would go to shoot sporting clays, right?
Correct.
And we heard everything that she described about how that works, how you have to load the shotgun, unload it, and everything that she indicated obviously is correct, right?
I think you load your rounds by dropping them in the ejection port rather than pushing them in the bottom. Yes, sir. That was the only difference.
All right, and you were able to track the target as it went across. Now, let me ask you this. Wouldn't be a good idea to do that if you're experiencing balance problems, right?
I never had a balance problem handling a weapon.
Okay. And you could obviously walk the course. You chose not to take the golf cart, but you walked it instead.
Correct.
She described the kayaking, walking around the neighborhood, pulling the wagon, archery in the backyard, all the yard work covered during direct examination as well, correct?
Correct.
Let's talk about the movie theater. Lighting-wise, the lighting was obviously good enough for you to find your seat, correct?
The lights were on when we came in.
Okay. But at some point in time, you did leave to go talk to the manager.
Yes, sir.
All right, and that was during the previews.
Yes, sir.
All right. And the lighting was good enough for you to leave and come back without any difficulty.
The majority of the lighting was coming from the screen, from the shows.
Okay. But what I'm asking you is this, is when there was enough light for you to leave your seat, go to the manager, and come back.
Correct.
You could see fine.
Yes, sir.
And when you left to go to the manager, you didn't have any concern about your wife, correct? Obviously, you left her by herself.
That's correct.
All right. And there wasn't any issue with Chad Olson at the time that you left.
At that point, he was just being mouthy. He had presented no threat at all to me or anybody else.
The lighting conditions at that time were safe enough, so to speak, that you were able to, and you felt comfortable leaning forward and telling Chad to turn his cell phone off.
Yes, okay.
And at that point that you leaned over to Chad, there wasn't any safety concern at that point, correct?
I don't know what you mean from
The
him.
first time, when you leaned in, you didn't have any safety concern when you first leaned in to tell Chad to turn his phone off, correct?
You mean for me or?
For you.
No, sir, I didn't.
Okay. And the reason that you were leaning in was because you're saying that he had his cell phone on, right? And by on, just it was illuminated.
It was shining in my face, yes, sir.
Okay. So he was holding it out in front of him, and it was shining in your face, and that was bothering you.
Yes, sir.
Now, if you wanted to at that point, I guess you could have gone up and spoken to the manager at that point, correct?
It wasn't a big enough problem at that point.
Okay. But what I'm asking you is if you saw that, if you felt as though that you were in a vulnerable position, meaning, we heard from Dr. Cohen that maybe your perception of yourself would be that you felt vulnerable. If you wanted to at that point, you could have just gone right to the manager and not had any contact with Mr. Olson, right?
That wouldn't make sense. I would think that you just ask somebody and they would normally put it away.
Okay. But what I'm asking you is you had the option. If you wanted to, you could have just got up at that point and gone to the manager.
I suppose, yes, sir.
Now, at this time in the theater on January 13th of 2014, you were 6'2", about 270 pounds,
Thereabouts, yes, sir.
and you had just returned from a week-long hunting trip, correct?
I think it was about 5 days.
Okay. And obviously, you were fine to sit in the car for a long trip to go up to North Florida.
We stopped for gas and so,
Okay. Just
I don't-
normal things like that, correct?
Yeah, I don't recollect.
All right. And Matthew testified that when you would get out to go hunting, you'd walk 100 yards to go to the hunting spot, correct?
Thereabouts, yes, sir.
And during that particular trip, you climbed up 10 feet in the tree stand, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And that's where you had to bring the bow and arrow up, right? And you hunted from that particular spot, right?
correct.
All right. Now, you'd agree with me that someone that perceived themselves as vulnerable wouldn't climb up 10 feet into a tree and hunt, correct?
I think that I know what my capabilities are, and I felt comfortable doing that.
So you weren't concerned about you testified about all these issues that you found about, you weren't concerned about your shoulder or your back or these discs. I mean, it was fine enough for you. You felt comfortable enough at that point to go 10 feet up into a tree and hunt.
It's very easy to do, and you have a safety belt on. Not much can happen.
So on that particular day, you go to the theater and you drove, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Obviously, you felt good enough to drive. You felt good enough to park a distance away from the front of the theater and walk to the theater, right?
We parked the closest parking spot that was not handicapped.
Okay, it was still quite a distance away.
I don't recollect.
You went into the theater, you were waiting for your son, texting on your phone, correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
No difficulties doing that. Now, when you chose the seats that you were going to sit in, you chose the very back row, correct?
Yes, correct.
All right. And you chose the middle seats, correct?
It was close to the middle, yes, sir.
All right. And you didn't have any concern for your health or stability or things like that, knowing you had to walk all the way to the back, all the way over to the middle, correct?
I had a hand railing going up the stairs, and then I used the wall to go across the back, but no, I didn't have any concerns.
Okay. And you know you had to go across people, obviously, if you're sitting in the middle.
I don't think there was anybody there when we came in.
Well, right. But if you're sitting in the middle of a theater, you know at some point people are going to be on either side of you.
That's correct.
All right. So you sit down. Mr. Olson is in front of your wife, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And he was always a row down and to your right, correct?
Yes, sir. He was one row down in
And
front
one
of my
seat
wife.
to the right.
Yeah,
Okay,
correct.
so during this entire event.
No, sir.
So was he off to the right of you?
His seat was off to the right of me, and when he jumped up, yes, sir.
All right, let's talk about exactly what happened. So you lean forward the first time and you tell him to turn his phone off, or you asked him.
I asked him to turn his phone off.
Okay, and that's your testimony, is that you asked him to turn the phone off.
I asked him to turn his phone off.
All right, and that's when you leaned close up to his face, correct?
I was not close up to his face.
Okay. Well, the video would be the best way to determine that, correct?
That's correct.
And at this time, you had a loaded firearm in your right pocket, correct?
That's correct.
And you indicate that at the time that you leaned forward, Mr. Olson cursed back at you.
Yes, sir.
So at this point in time, based on your testimony, you know at that moment that this is someone that you probably shouldn't re-engage with.
That's why I went to the manager.
Okay. Now, even though, according to you, Chad Olson cursed at you and told you that he didn't want to have any contact with you,
He did
despite
not.
that,
He did not tell me that he did not want to have contact with me.
okay, well, basically, you're indicating that his statement was one that let you know he did not want to have contact with you.
It let me know that he had no intentions of putting his phone away.
Okay, but I think your quote was, he said, what, get the F out of his face?
And F off.
Okay, so are you telling this jury that if someone says that to you, that's not their way of saying that they don't want to have any contact with you?
I think it's up for interpretation. It was not expected, and it didn't sound particularly violent. It just sounds like somebody mouthing off.
Okay, well, the way that you made it sound was that it was something that was fairly violent, because that's what raised your concern level.
I was not concerned at that point.
Okay, so are you saying that when someone says to you, I'm going to say it just for fact, when someone says, get the fuck out of my face, you don't take that as a way of someone saying, leave me alone?
When they're, I suppose that you could reach that conclusion My conclusion was it was just a guy being mouthy.
Okay, but he actually told you to get out of his face.
First of all, I wasn't in his face, and he was facing the other direction.
Okay, but it doesn't matter which way he was facing. He basically told you to get out of his face. He's telling you he doesn't want to have any contact with you.
And I didn't.
Now, you then get up and you go to the manager, correct?
No, sir.
Okay, because what happens is you first lean in and you tell him to turn his phone off, and that's when he replies to you.
I asked him to turn his phone off. I did
Okay.
not tell him to turn his phone off.
And he responds the way that he did, that we just discussed.
Correct.
All right. So then you waited another 30 seconds, right?
To see if he had put his phone away. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
And even though he had said to you, get the F out of my face, instead of getting up and just going to the manager, you decided to lean forward and engage him again.
I told him he left me no alternative than to go to the management.
That's right. But you did not have to lean forward and say that to him. You could have, as a form of de-escalation, gotten up and just gone out and got the manager at that point.
I think the whole contact that I had with him was an attempt at de-escalation.
Okay. He originally tells you to get the F out of his face. There's nothing that prevented you at that point in time to just go to the manager.
I think we've agreed to that.
Okay, but instead of just getting up and going to the manager, you took it upon yourself to lean in again and reinitiate contact with him.
Yes, sir. I think we've had that. We talked about that.
Now, at this point in time, you could have moved, correct? I'm not saying you were under an obligation to do so, but if you wanted to de-escalate it, and if you felt as though you were a vulnerable person, you could have moved like your wife wanted to.
Correct.
And your wife actually mentioned it to you, but you decided that you weren't going to move.
Yes.
And you heard your wife when she said that, correct?
I believe so, yes, sir.
Do you need to refresh your memory on anything?
No, sir.
All right. So you did hear your wife, and you told her that you weren't moving.
I didn't tell her anything.
So now you go to the manager, and at this point you've already had 2 contacts with Mr. Olson, right?
Correct.
You get up, you have to walk past 2 sets of people. You have to walk past Jane, Roy, and you have to walk past the Turners, right?
Correct.
Okay. Obviously you didn't know their names then, but there was 2 sets of people you had to walk by.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, when you're at the manager's desk, you tell the manager, I think your testimony was, he, meaning Mr. Olson, doesn't seem to have the right attitude for me to try and talk to him again. You recall that?
I don't know if those were the exact words, but I indicated, I apologized to him first off that I had to come down there on a grown man, and then I told him that I had tried to get a gentleman that was sitting in front of me to turn his phone off, and he had used profanity, and I didn't think it would be appropriate for me to try to talk to him again.
And so did you tell the manager that the guy's got an attitude and that he told you to F off?
I did.
Okay. Now, you speak to the manager. Let me ask you this. You very well could have waited for the manager to go back into the theater with you.
He didn't offer to go back in the theater with me.
Okay. But you could have waited, though, right? You had a conversation with him. You could have said, hey, I'd like you to come back, and, I'm going to wait for you. There's nothing that prevented you from saying that.
The manager told me I could return to my seat.
Now, if you felt as though there was, that there was an issue with Mr. Olson, obviously you would have waited.
At that point, there was no issue with Mr. Olson.
So when you come back into the theater, now at this point, you reinitiate a 3rd time with Mr. Olson. So we have the first time that you lean forward to talk about the cell phone. The 2nd time is when you lean forward, tell him that you're going to the manager. Now we have a 3rd time where you're leaning forward to basically tell him that you told on him.
When I came back in, he was looking in my direction. I believe I said he was staring.
Okay, well, let's.
And he was,
Go on,
and
go on.
And he was speaking out loud. I don't know if he was speaking to his wife, or I think he was trying to, in my opinion, he was very loudly trying to proclaim that he was concerned about something.
Okay,
And-
let me ask you this. So you're saying now that he was staring at you?
Yes.
Okay, and obviously that was something that was important to you.
It caught my eye. It wasn't important.
Okay, well, didn't you testify that the reason that you said something to him when you came back from the manager was because he was staring at you? That was your way of de-escalating it.
What I said was that he was talking out loud. I heard something about the theater and the manager,
Okay,
and that's.
I don't think you're. I want to make sure. Well, he's not answering my question.
Objecting, he's
Sustain, give him a chance.
What I'm asking you is this. When you came back from the manager, you reinitiated with Chad Olson, the person who already told you to get the F out of his face, the person who had already told you that he didn't want to have any contact with you. With your background training experience in de-escalation, you go to the manager, you come back. You reinitiate another time, a third time with Chad Olson, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the reason that you did that, I think you testified during direct, was because he was staring at you, or he was looking in your direction.
And he was talking out loud, speaking to the theater or to his wife, and he was commenting on that I had been to the manager.
Okay.
I
Now,
didn't get all the words. And
did you tell Detective
I'm
Proctor?
going to object again.
Well, I'm just asking if you about staring.
One at a time, that goes for everyone. Let him finish. Sustain.
Did you tell Detective Proctor that Chad Olson was staring at you when you came back from the manager?
I don't recollect, sir.
Okay. Would it refresh your memory to take a look at your post-Miranda statement?
Sure.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm going to give you both statements so that you can review both of them. After you finish reading them, let me know.
Do you want me to review the whole thing?
If you can review as much as you want to refresh your memory as to whether or not you told Detective Proctor.
Can we have a page in a line?
That there is no page and there is no line.
Well, there is a page, but you have to give us some kind of line. If not, we're going to be here for 30 minutes just to read the whole thing.
Okay, I can rephrase it. Would it surprise you to learn that nowhere in your post-Miranda statement did you ever tell Detective Proctor that Chad Olson was staring at you when you returned back from the movie theater? I'm sorry, from the manager.
Probably not, no, sir.
Okay, so what I'm asking you is this. You never told Detective Proctor that Chad Olson was staring at you when you came back from seeing the manager.
I don't think so, no, sir. But I'm not sure.
Okay, well, that's why I want you to refresh your memory with your statement. Look in there, and if at any time you see that Chad Olson said, or that you told Detective Proctor that Chad Olson was staring at you, to let me know. I don't want you to guess about anything. Take your time and read through your statement.
You want me to read this whole thing?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have some idea where this might be, sir, so I don't have to read the whole thing?
I'm sorry?
Do you have some idea where this might be?
It's not in there.
Then, okay, then I'll agree with you. I didn't.
Okay. I mean, I didn't want you to take my word for it.
I will.
Okay. So, what you told Detective Proctor was that you had a contact with Chad to tell him to turn the phone off. Then you told him you were going to the manager. You come back from the manager, and with all your de-escalation tactics that you're aware of, you reinitiate Chad Olson another time.
To de-escalate, yes, sir.
Now, you say to de-escalate,
Yes, sir.
but in your tape statement, Detective Proctor, you indicate that you are the one that reinitiates the conversation with Chad Olson. Isn't that correct?
Because he was talking about me going to the manager.
If you can look at the post-Miranda statement that's in front of you, I'm directing you to page 6. Lines 19 through 22. Tell me when you're finished reading that to yourself.
I finished.
Okay. So when you came back from the manager, you went over and you saw that Mr. Olson had put his phone away. And when you went by, I said, I see you put the phone away. I told the manager for no reason. In other words, I went in and ratted you out.
That, well, I mean, that, I went in and ratted you out was my comment, not what I said to him. He's the one that was, he wasn't talking to me, he was talking to someone else. I guess I was responding to what he said. I was trying to de-escalate because it seems like with the stare and the other stuff that he was very, still concerned.
In your statement to Detective Proctor, the one that you just read, you did not tell Detective Proctor that you overheard Mr. Olson or that Mr. Olson in any way said anything to you. You said that when you came back from the manager, you were the one that reinitiated, correct? That's what's in the post-Miranda statement.
Okay, yes, sir.
Okay, I don't want you to just agree with me. I want you to look at it.
I did.
Okay, so when you told Detective Proctor, or when you spoke to Detective Proctor, you told him you reinitiated with Chad.
I told him, when I talked with him on the phone, I can quote it if you like.
No, it says, I came back into the movie, the guy put his phone away, I went by, I said, I see you put it away. I told the manager for no reason. Correct? That's what it says.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so what I'm saying is it doesn't say anywhere that you heard Chad saying something and that you were trying to de-escalate. It doesn't say that anywhere in the statement.
Okay.
So going back to my original question, this is the third time then that you yourself reinitiated with Chad Olson.
That would be the indication based upon what I heard him saying.
Okay, but again, and I'm going to move on, you never told Detective Proctor that you heard him say anything.
Correct.
And obviously, you didn't perceive yourself as a vulnerable person because this is the third time that you have initiated a contact with Mr. Olson.
I don't think it had anything to do with being vulnerable.
I agree with you. Now, when you had come back, Chad had turned his cell phone off, right?
I have no idea.
Okay. Well, if you look in the same exact spot that I was just referring to refresh your memory, is that page 6, lines 19 through 22? Okay. When you had come back, Chad Olson had turned off his cell phone, correct?
It says here that the guy had put his phone away.
Okay, so he had put his phone away.
I have no idea if it was off or on. I didn't see it.
Okay, but he put it away. All right, so he did exactly what you wanted him to.
I suppose, yes, sir.
So at this point, everything was fine.
As far as I was concerned, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you were wearing sneakers that had reflective material on it on that particular day, correct?
Yes, sir.
May I approach the photo?
You may.
I'm showing you what's been admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit number 50. These are the sneakers that you're wearing on that day?
It appears to be, yes, sir.
Okay. And on the sides or on the back is where the reflective material is?
I think on the outside, I can't really tell, but whatever the gray area is, I think it
Okay.
reflects.
So in the back, you see the gray area?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so wherever it's gray, as you indicated, that's the reflective material.
I don't know if it's all reflective or not.
Okay, well, you know that your shoes reflected light on that day, correct?
Only because the sheriff's office took a bunch of pictures.
May I have the witness step down and use the TV?
Yeah.
May I reposition myself?
You may.
Look at Nicole, Chad Olson's wife, as they set up the video monitor for the next stage of the cross-examination of Curtis Reeves. There was a brief conversation earlier about the use of video equipment in playing back this footage, ensuring that all in the courtroom agreed to the use of technology that was going to be used to display this video for this portion of the testimony for Curtis Reeves. They are setting up that video equipment now. Or again, for those of you just joining us, the next stage of the testimony and cross-examination of Curtis Reeves. He's being questioned by attorneys with the state, with the prosecution, live on WFLA now.
In state citizens, what? Is this number two? I'm referring to State's Exhibit number 2 for these questions, for the record. You see yourself standing up over here?
Yes.
Okay. And when you stand up and you start to walk, can everybody see? You can see a reflection on the bottom of your shoe. Correct? See that right there?
Looks like it's on the outside of the right foot, yes.
Okay.
We're going to try to increase the audio here so you guys can hear from the new positions that we have Reeves and prosecutors in for this portion of the testimony.
Okay. You see yourself sitting right here in the back row?
I think, yes, sir, I think I see my wife and
Okay. And this is you with the popcorn in the back row?
I think so, yes.
Okay. Now, when you sat down, you took your right leg and you crossed it over your left leg. Correct?
looks like it's in front of my wife's face, sir. And I don't know if I crossed my leg or not, sir.
Okay, but what you can see here is you crossing your right leg and your shoe reflecting from the light. Correct?
I don't know, sir. That's an odd angle. I can't tell that.
Okay, well, the light is moving with the leg. Correct? Well, I'm asking you.
I don't, sir. The popcorn bag was probably, I don't know. And as far as I know, the experts don't either.
Okay, well, I'm just asking you if that's your leg moving.
It appears to be, yes.
Okay, now, you're coming back from the manager at this point. I'll play it a little bit more. You're coming back, and you're sitting back down. You grab the popcorn, right? Okay, and that's you.
Yes.
All right. So if you look in the bottom left-hand corner, you can see another reflection down here, correct?
Yes, sir. I think so.
Okay. And it's moving at the same time that your leg is moving, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Much like when you were moving your leg and you put your right leg over your left leg before, we see the same movement with reflection, correct?
I don't know that I put my right leg over my left leg, but it looks like the outside of the shoe, yes, sir, I think.
Okay.
It looks like it's maybe the side or something.
This is when you come back from the manager. Now, obviously, we just watched, that was you that sat down, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So when you sat down, in this particular frames, you once again put your right leg over your left leg, correct?
I don't recollect that. I don't recollect crossing my leg.
Okay. Is it a possibility?
I suppose it is, or the popcorn bag, or I don't know. Well, right there, you see Mr. Olson throwing something. That would be a pretty good indicator to me.
Okay. Did I ask you a question about that just now?
You asked me what I saw in the video.
No, I was asking you about the reflection on your shoe. We're going to get to the whole event. Okay, don't worry about that. I'm just asking you about the reflection on the shoe.
I have no idea.
Now, there's been a suggestion that at some point in time you were hit maybe with a cell phone or a fist at this point in time, correct?
I don't think it was a suggestion, it was a reality.
Okay, and we'll talk about that. But in looking at this series of events, you had come back from the manager, you're sitting down in the seat, and when you sit down, you crossed your right leg, and that's the reflection that we see. Would you agree with me that when you're moving forward, the reflection is your right leg going down?
At the same time, Mr. Olson is entering the frame, and I don't know, sir.
Okay, well, what I'm asking you this. You've seen the previous frames where every single time you're moving, we see that light source moving. Now here we are in this series of frames, and the light source is once again moving when you're moving your right leg. Isn't that correct?
I see it on the bottom of my shoes, yes, sir.
Okay. So what we see here is your leg crossing and uncrossing, and that's exactly what the white light is.
I don't see, I see my leg crossing, I don't see them. The light is at the same time Mr. Olson is coming across.
Okay. Well, Mr. Olson wasn't in the last series of clips that I showed you when the light source was moving with your phone, was he?
Those were pretty apparent.
Okay. Well, looking at this one, you don't see your right leg moving?
I see my right leg coming up, yes, sir.
Okay, and you see at the same time that your right leg's moving, you see that light being
I see it on the
reflected?
floor, yes, sir.
Okay.
I don't know if I cross my legs or not, but I see it on the floor, just like I did in the other view. It's on the floor.
Okay. Now let's take a look at this one. Now look at the bottom right-hand corner. Okay. So this is where I'm going to be directing your attention.
I see.
Okay. Right over here. Do you see that light reflecting?
Down below my wife?
Correct.
Okay. Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. You see it? Now, is it a coincidence that your right leg is once again moving at the time that we see that light?
I'm getting away from him, and
I'm not asking you what way you're moving. I'm just asking you about the reflection of your shoe when you're moving your leg. In other words, every single time that you're moving, in all the clips that we've seen, that's when you see the reflection.
that looks like it's on the right-hand side of my wife.
Okay? But aren't you moving at the same time?
So is my wife.
Are you suggesting to the court that that's your wife's shoe?
I'm suggesting to the court that that's my wife moving next to me.
Okay, I'm not asking you if your wife's moving next to you. I'm asking you about the reflection when you're moving, consistent with all the other times there's a reflection when you're moving.
There is a reflection below my wife, or looks like to the right of my wife, and I'm moving and she's moving.
And in fact, talking about your wife, she's facing Mr. Olson at that time, correct? But as soon as the shot's fired, she looks to the left.
I can't tell head direction there.
And you can't tell that she's looking straight here and then looking right at the shooting.
That's right.
You can't tell that.
I can see the top of it.
Okay. And you can also obviously see the reflection down here.
I see a spot down there by my wife. Yes.
Okay. The fact of the matter is, based on what we demonstrated, at no time was a cell phone thrown at your face at the time that you had come back from the manager. That's simply the reflection of your shoe.
I don't think there's nobody that can answer that but me, and I got hit in the face.
I'm going to be using this in a little bit to go through what happened if you wouldn't mind returning.
On my screen too? Okay, then I'll see it on the screen.
Now, I believe you indicated on direct examination that you had said, and correct me if I'm wrong, you had said to Chad that you were sorry for telling on him.
Something similar to that.
Well, what's similar? Did you say I apologize? Did you say I'm sorry?
When I got back from the manager's office.
Correct.
Yeah. Sorry, I don't know exactly what I said.
Okay. Well,
It was
you
an
didn't-
it was an effort to diffuse any situation that might be there.
When you spoke to Detective Proctor, you never told Detective Proctor that you apologized to Chad in order to try to de-escalate the situation, did you?
I don't know that I called it an apology, no, sir.
Okay. Well, let's not play word games because it's really important. And I don't mean to be sarcastic. Okay.
Oh,
Did you
let's take a
say?
move on.
did you say, "I'm sorry, I apologize," or any word whatsoever that would give an indication that you were sorry or apologizing when you spoke to Detective Proctor?
I don't. When I spoke to Detective Proctor, I told him that I did speak to him when I came back.
Okay, but you didn't specifically tell Detective Proctor that you apologized to Mr. Olson. You said you're sorry to Mr. Olson. Any words of that effect? That's the question that I'm asking you.
I don't think so. I think I told him that I don't know that I formed it as an apology, but
Okay, but you didn't say anything at all like that.
I don't think so. To Detective Proctor, right?
Correct. All right, so let me ask you this. How many times are you saying that Mr. Olson attacked you? Twice?
I think we were, at the time, he either hit me in the face, and I suspect very, very, very strongly, rather than a fist, it was a phone. And then you saw him grab the popcorn. I was not aware of the popcorn, but I was aware that he was trying to grab a hold of me.
Okay, so
And then he pitched it back. I'm not sure I saw that, but I did see him coming over the seat with his fist
okay.
at the instant he got shot.
Okay, we're going to talk about all of that. Okay? I'm asking you how many attacks there were. So based on your answer just now, you are saying that there were 2 separate times that you were attacked by Mr. Olson.
Correct.
All right. And the very first time was when you came back from the manager, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's the time that you're saying that it was a fist or a phone, correct?
Right.
And you're saying that you strongly believe it was a phone.
Very strongly.
Okay, so you must be saying that by getting hit with this phone, it must have been so hard that you actually realized that Mr. Olson is a danger to you. In other words, if he tossed the phone at you or dropped the phone towards you, it wouldn't be a big deal.
He hit me in the face. I saw him as a threat at that point, and I tried to get out of his way.
Okay, so he hit you in the face. Your testimony is with a cell phone.
Yes.
Okay. Now, isn't it true that you told Detective Proctor that you weren't sure it was a cell phone, and in fact, you only put 2 and 2 together, so to speak, when you looked down and saw a cell phone?
That's pretty much accurate, yes, sir.
Okay, so today you're testifying, I'm fairly certain it was a cell phone, but the day of the shooting, you told Detective Proctor, I don't know what it was. I looked down, there's a cell phone. Must have been a cell phone, right?
At the time I interviewed with Detective Proctor, I had not seen the video.
Well, why would you have to see the video? You lived it.
My impression at the time that I was hit was that he was perhaps too far away for a fist. When I saw the phone, I put 2 and 2 together. He hit me in the face with his phone.
Okay. So a minute ago you said you hadn't seen the video. So you're not telling us that you're tailoring your testimony to what you witnessed in the video, are you?
I think the video is supporting my position.
Okay. Even though it's been shown that the reflection was clearly your shoe?
I don't think at every instance it's been shown that way.
Okay. So you're indicating that there were 2 separate times. Okay, so let's talk about only your post-Miranda statement with Detective Proctor. Then we're going to talk about this additional attack. Let's talk only about your statement to Detective Proctor, okay? All right. To Detective Proctor, you indicated that you had come back from the manager. You already need you to refresh your memory?
No, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yes, sir, I had come back from the manager.
Okay. So you indicated to Detective Proctor that you had come back from the manager and you had reinitiated with Mr. Olson even though he had put the phone away, correct?
I think, yes, sir, that was pretty much it.
Okay. And obviously you could have just gone and sat in your seat and not had any conversation at all with Mr. Olson.
Except that I heard him complaining about the manager.
Okay. And we've already established that's not in this post-Miranda statement.
That's correct.
All right. So assuming that that didn't happen, just for the sake of my question, because it's not in the post-Miranda
I'm
statement.
going to object, Your Honor. You can't assume that it didn't happen. He's testifying just the opposite. That calls for speculation at this point.
All sustained.
So you come back from the manager and you sit down. Now, the words that you use to Detective Proctor are as follows. Chad turns around in his seat. You recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And the word in means he is in his seat and he turns around. Correct?
In my statement, I believe I was interrupted by a deputy who brought me a drink, and when he turned in his seat, he stood up.
Okay. If you need to, refresh your memory with the post-Miranda statement transcript.
I did.
Okay. All right. In there, you told Detective Proctor, when I came back, Chad turned around in his seat.
Yes, sir.
And then you discussed something that we're going to get to in a second that happened right after that, correct?
The deputy handed me a drink that had a pile of ice on top of it. It kind of interrupted the conversation.
Okay. Really, this is what I'm asking you. You said that Chad turned around in his seat. Forget about when the deputy interrupting you after the fact doesn't mean anything. Your language, your
If you're gonna
word.
object, move to strike, it does mean something. For him to be testifying what it means and what it doesn't mean, it's from the witness stand that means something.
Let's rephrase.
Prior to being interrupted, you used the words, Chad Olson turned around in his seat.
Correct. And stood up. Not on the deposition.
Your Honor, I haven't asked the witness a question. All right, I'm going to direct your attention to page 6, lines 26 through 37. Read them to yourselves and let me know when you're finished, please.
Through 37.
Page 6, lines 26 through 37. Just read them to
Okay.
yourself and tell me when you're ready. And if you think you need more context, you can go up to line 19. So it'll be 19 through 37.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so when you read that, going in chronological order, because I would assume you're explaining it in chronological order.
No, no, sir, I wasn't, but I understand.
Okay. So when a detective is asking you to explain what had happened in a shooting where someone died, and with your background, training, and experience, you're saying that you weren't explaining it in chronological order.
I think if you read the whole thing, I was probably in shock for what had just happened, and there's a lot of things that are injected at different places.
Okay. All right. So let's read through this. So
Okay.
starting at line 19, you indicate that you had gone back into the movie. I came back to the movie. The guy had put his phone away. When I went by, I said, "I see you put it away." I told the manager for no reason. In other words, I went and ratted him out. If he was going to put it away, I would have gone and And Detective Proctor says, "Right," and you say, "Makes sense." And he turns around in his seat, and then you talk about a drink.
Right.
Okay. Then you said,
I'm
and
going to
he.
object, it's either impeachment or it's not impeachment, improper predicate for whatever he's doing.
Your Honor, the witness wanted to be placed in the context, and this can only be placed in context by reading this.
Well, there's got to be a question, and he's got to have the opportunity to answer. So ask the question and let him answer.
Okay, so we already discussed the exact wording. He turned around in his seat. After that, and I'm specifically speaking on page 6, line 36, you indicate, we're starting on 35, when I had come back, that's when he had said that. His wife is holding him back, so I had sat down. I think I got the bag of popcorn from my wife, and so he jumps up and turns around.
Yes, sir.
Okay? So you had originally indicated that he turns around in his seat, and after he had turned around in his seat, you indicated he had jumped up. There'd be no reason for him to jump up if he turned around in his seat, correct?
I would say that probably he turned around and jumped up all at the same time. It was one motion.
Okay. But what you stated in this statement was, when I returned from the manager, we came back. He says, if it was any of your effing business, I was texting my daughter. Stay the hell out of my face. I think that's when he said that. His wife was holding him back, so I had sat down. I got the bag of popcorn. He jumps up and turns around. Now, let me ask you this. May I briefly have the witness step down again?
You may.
Publish 2 pictures in front of the jury. I'm going to be referring to Defense Exhibit 9, it's like 9-1 and 7-3.
What, were they admitted?
Yes, Your Honor.
That's not what they came in. Is it 9, composite? Yes, Judge.
No, is it 9?
Okay, all right. So
Yes.
it's composite 9
Course,
and
course,
those are
please.
the individual pictures.
I'm going to have Mr. Reeves stand next to me.
Okay.
Looking at, first we'll look at them together, and then we're going to show them to you. Looking at 7-3, the timestamp on the bottom is 13/26/25, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, 322. Okay. So this happened closer in time than this one because this is 13/26/36.266, correct?
This one's first.
This one was first because this is 25 here.
Oh, I got it. Okay.
Okay, and 36 here. Okay, so this one happened first.
Okay.
All right. Now, looking at this is when you're saying that a cell phone hit you. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what it appears to be. Yes.
Okay, that's what you're
That's
testifying.
because I could see Mr. Olson's arm all the way across the back of his seat, or back behind his seat. Yes.
Correct, and that's what we're going to be talking about right now.
Okay.
So, would you agree with me? And we'll turn and show. I'm going to show you first, and then we're going to show the jury. Let me ask you this way: was he standing at this point in time?
It happened so quickly, I'm not sure. I think he was. He was either in the process of standing, or whether he turned and stood or stood and turned. I'm guessing he jumped out of his seat and looked around.
Okay, so I'm just trying to make it clear. Was he standing or he wasn't standing?
I don't know. At the time,
Just give me just 1 second. I'm going to show you, this is page 1850, lines 10 through 14.
that's up there,
I can't hear you. Listen.
You want him to read it to himself?
Yeah, just read it to yourself. 10 through 15, see if that refreshes your memory about when you returned from the manager, if you indicated that he was standing up.
It sounds like he was jumping up and turning around like this.
Okay, so what I'm asking you is this. When you look at Defense Exhibit 7-3, and then you look at Defense Exhibit 9-1, in 7-3, he's not in the same position as 9-1. In 9-1, he's standing. In 7-3, it's consistent with your statement to Detective Proctor that he turned around in his seat. Do you see a difference between...
Ask me the
You-
question one more time.
You gotta talk louder.
Okay, try it one more time.
Okay. You were indicating that Mr. Olson was standing up when he struck you. Looking at Defense Exhibit 7-3, which is the top one,
Right,
and looking at Defense Exhibit 9-1, which is the bottom one,
right.
you'd agree with me that they're in 2 different positions.
Yes, yes, both of them.
Okay. And that in 7-3, he is turned around in his seat, meaning sitting down, which is consistent with your original statement to Detective Proctor.
The location of the camera and the angle that the camera's coming at gives you a misperception of where he's at, and because he's right on the very edge of the frame.
Okay.
And he moves over from the center of his seat, or from wherever he jumped up, almost to his right. So
Okay, but
it's leading.
okay, but it's the same camera.
Yeah.
Okay, it's the same angle. So in this one, he appears to be sitting, and the very same camera shows you he appears to be standing.
That means he's just standing in two different places. That's in his seat and in front of his wall.
May I publish these to the jury?
Yeah. Can Mr. Reeves sit down again?
Yes.
Do we have people arriving for a 1:30 calendar? Is that what the deal is?
Yes, Your Honor.
Can we put a sign out there?
There's 3 signs out there already.
That was a Tampa lawyer.
I know, nothing's going on here.
Our apologies for Tampa.
Okay, we're going to keep going with your statement that was given the day of the shooting to Detective Proctor. We're going to go in order, okay?
Okay.
So, you come back from the manager, we're not going to have a discussion about turns around in the seat anymore. After that, you indicate that Mr. Olson jumps up, correct?
At the same time, we're talking about, I don't know, we're looking at the videos that are in milliseconds. So I think in real life, we're talking about milliseconds between standing and jumping up. Yes, sir.
Okay, so my question to you was, after you said that he had turned around in his seat, he had now jumped up, so that's the point that we're at.
He's on his feet, yes, sir.
Okay.
And he's turned
And-
around and he's facing me.
Okay, and you indicated to Detective Proctor that the moment he jumped up, the popcorn went by the wayside almost immediately.
I didn't know what happened to the popcorn.
Okay, didn't you tell Detective Proctor that immediately when he jumped up, the popcorn went by the wayside? Whether he took it from you, or you yourself dropped it, or it accidentally fell, it doesn't matter for the purposes of my question. My question to you is this. After you said that Chad Olson jumped up, you said that the popcorn went by the wayside immediately. Do you remember saying that to Detective Proctor?
I believe I do, yes, sir.
I didn't hear your answer.
Yes.
Okay, so according to you, immediately upon Chad Olson jumping up, the popcorn fell. Let's talk about what you said to Detective Proctor after the popcorn fell. After the popcorn fell, you told Detective Proctor that Chad Olson was virtually on top of you.
Correct.
So after the popcorn fell, he was virtually on top of you. Now, virtually on top of you would mean that he was basically in your row, virtually on top of you, correct? That's what you meant when you told Detective Proctor.
What I meant by that was that I was seated, he was standing over me, he was a giant. I have no idea if he was on his seat, I don't know. He was leaning over the back of the seat, yes,
Okay.
sir.
Now, when you say leaning over the back of the seat, wouldn't you agree with me that's a lot different than someone that's virtually on top of you?
That would be my interpretation of somebody who's attacking me, yes, sir.
Okay. You've been in law enforcement for a long time, right?
27 years ago now, almost 30 years.
Okay. You written police reports in the past?
30 years ago.
Okay. So how many reports do you think you've written? Thousands and thousands and thousands of reports?
I have no idea.
Okay. I mean, what I'm saying, though, is you haven't written 3 or 4.
No.
Okay.
Correct.
And in fact, as a supervisor, you probably reviewed reports of officers that were under your command, correct?
Correct.
And when you're reviewing reports, you're making sure that the reports are very accurate, very detailed, because you know that both the state attorney's office and defense attorneys are going to be looking at those reports to find out truthful and accurate information. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. You're reviewing it for content. Not
Okay.
because you weren't at the scene, you don't know how accurate it is.
Okay, but you're reviewing it to make sure there's sufficient information and it's detailed because you know how important it is.
Correct.
Okay? And when you authored your own reports, you certainly wanted to make sure that the words you choose were extremely critical and that the words you choose were very accurate, correct?
35 years ago, yes.
Okay, so you're saying now you don't think it's important to be accurate with your words.
I use different words now.
Okay, I'm not asking you what words you use. I'm talking about the actual words that you use. It doesn't matter what the words are. It's that you're accurate whenever you speak. In other words, here you are describing an event where you believe, and we'll get to it, that you're in a life and death struggle, right?
Correct.
Wouldn't you agree with me that the words that you choose, the content, is so incredibly important?
I would think that the content, if it relays the feeling at the time, I'm not sure. Everything is important in this kind of an investigation.
Okay, so here's what I'm getting at. Today you're saying leaning over. Back on the day that this event happened, you tell Detective Proctor he's virtually on top of you.
That would be similar, yes, sir. They would mean essentially the same.
Really?
Yes.
Leaning over and actually on top of you to the point where you think you have to kill someone is the same thing.
I think you're trying to make it sound like he's physically on top of me.
Okay.
He was attacking me. He was very large. He was trying to come across his back seat. That would be my analogy of virtually on top of me. Yes, sir.
Okay. And you indicate that while Chad Olson is virtually on top of you, your left hand is out, and you're yelling, no, 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 or whoa, whoa, whoa.
I am trying to dissuade him from coming across, and my thought is, yes, that my hand is in front of me.
Okay, and when you read all these sentences that we're breaking up together, this is the picture. Chad Olson is virtually on top of me, so I have my left hand out. Now,
No, I said it was in front of me. I'm sorry.
okay, well, let's just keep going through the statement.
Okay.
After that, isn't it true that you say, I'm holding on, I'm touching something, it's his chest, or it's his arm?
I wasn't sure that In retrospect, I think that's when he grabbed the popcorn, he hit my hand.
Okay, we're not talking about in retrospect. At the time that you gave the statement
No,
to
I-
Detective Proctor, at the time, closest in time to the event of when you shot and killed Chad Olson, didn't you tell Detective Proctor that Chad Olson was virtually on top of you? You
Yes.
have your left hand out. He's virtually in your lap, and you're touching his chest and his shoulder area to give the impression that he is on top of you, and that's why you're going, whoa, 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 and no, no, no.
That's correct.
And at that time, and again, this is all after the popcorn fell.
Again, the popcorn, I had no idea where it was.
Okay, I'm not asking you if you knew where it was. Based on your statement, you said when he jumped up, the popcorn fell immediately. All of this that we're talking
I
about was
didn't
after
say
the
it.
popcorn fell, according
Okay.
to you, Detective Proctor.
Okay.
Okay, I don't want you to just agree with me. That's what you said in your statement.
Okay.
So now, to Detective Proctor, you said that suddenly your head was to the right. You were hit with something. You assume it was Chad Olson's fist, correct?
Or something thrown at me.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now here's where I'm going with this, because right now we're only talking about your first statement to Detective Proctor, right?
Okay.
All right. I mean, that's what we've been doing this whole time, right?
Right.
All right. Now, in a while, we're going to talk about the statement that you made today in court. We're saying this whole event about being hit was right after you came back from the manager, a whole separate time, 9 seconds before. But on
Okay.
the day of the shooting, you're talking about this happening after the popcorn had
That is not
fallen.
what's in this statement. This is not what this jury heard earlier in audience.
Approach.
The post-mortem statement that you have in front of you, page 7. To put this in chronological context, you can look at page 6, just the very bottom. On page 6 at the very bottom, that's where we talked about that Mr. Olson had jumped up. Is that correct? Are you on page 7 now?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay, so at the bottom of page 6, it discussed where you said that Mr. Olson had jumped up, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now we're on page 7, so we're just
Okay.
going chronologically.
Okay.
If you look at lines 11, 12, and 13, it's at that point that you indicate Mr. Olson had jumped up, and now he's virtually on top of you, correct?
Judge, I'm going to object and ask on the doctrine of completeness for him to read 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and to go all the way to that under the doctrine of completeness.
I'll read the entire thing.
Okay. Sustained.
Okay. We're just going to read through page 7. He's pushing back. There's a crack between us. I'm leaning back in my chair. I got nowhere to go. And if just follow along, so at any time I say anything incorrect, let me know.
You're on line what, sir?
And then now I'm on line 8, page 7.
Okay.
This is you.
All right.
I'm leaning back in my chair. He kept on hollering. I'm not sure what was said, to be honest with you. He said something that led me to believe he was going to kick my ass. I don't know if that's exactly how he phrased it or not, so I'm looking briefly, and I can't go anywhere. Now, here's the part that we were discussing. I'm leaning all the way back in my chair to get away from him. Suddenly, he's virtually on top of me. So we went from Mr. Olson jumping up, then what we just talked about, and he's virtually on top of you, right?
He only jumped up once and turned around. Yes, sir.
Okay, but we're still talking about after the popcorn drop.
I don't know when the popcorn left. I'm sorry.
Okay. We had already established that you said that as soon as Chad Olson jumped up, the popcorn went by the wayside immediately, right?
But I don't know at what point.
Okay, immediately.
Okay.
Okay, I mean, immediately is the point. When Mr. Olson jumped up, the popcorn went to the wayside immediately. That means right then, correct?
Okay.
Your Honor, I'm going to object again. That is not in a chronological base on the transcript.
Your Honor, he could.
There is nothing that
Overruled.
So you indicate that you're going backwards, correct?
I'm going backwards because he's coming at me. Yes, sir.
Right. Okay. And you indicate that he's virtually on top of you. Your left arm is out in front of you. You can read, this is lines 18 through 25. And you're saying no, 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 or whoa, whoa, whoa. So while you're back and he's virtually on top of you, your left hand's out. You're yelling no, 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 or whoa, whoa, whoa. And at that time, that's the time that you're saying you were struck in the head.
No, I was struck in the head as soon as he turned around.
Okay.
Instantly. I mean, there was nothing that preceded that.
Okay. Read lines 18 through 21. I'll read it to you. And you're sitting down, and there ain't no way to get out. So I'm stretched out trying to get away. My left arm is out in front of me. I'm either saying no, 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 or whoa, whoa, whoa. Suddenly, my head was to the right, so he hit me with something. I assume it was his fist. With his fist or something. I think he had his cell phone in his hand. I saw the blur of the screen.
Yes, sir.
That's my point, Your Honor. That is the correct one. He is trying to impeach him on something.
Your Honor, I would object to the speaking objection.
Sustained, I mean, overruled on yours and sustained as the speaking objections. You can approach, but you don't need to right now.
The picture that you have painted for Detective Proctor, and again, this statement is in evidence. The members of the jury can listen to themselves, okay? You indicate that when he jumped, the popcorn went by the wayside immediately. After that, you're explaining that Chad Olson is virtually on top of you. You're leaning back. You have your hand out yelling, whoa, whoa, whoa. And it's at that time you're struck. That's what this statement says, correct?
Let me think about the time frame here for a minute. The first time I was hit was preceding anything else. This time this is what I mentioned earlier about jumping around. I know what this says, but I also know when I was hit. I don't have an explanation.
Okay, so you don't have an explanation as to why a statement to Detective Proctor on the day of the shooting is so different than today.
I think that I was excited. I was scared. I think that once you have adrenaline going in your system, I may have confused one item with another. This happened over a period of seconds. I mean, virtually seconds, and in my mind, much quicker than that.
Okay. Would you agree with me that the powers of observation fade over time?
I would agree that, yes, that would normally be the case.
Okay. In fact, the phrase that I just used, the powers of observation would fade over time, is the phrase you yourself used in a statement with Detective Proctor.
Okay.
Would you agree with me?
I would agree with that. That's factual.
So we're 8 years past the time of the shooting, correct?
Yes, correct.
And if the powers of observation fade over time, it's kind of interesting that today you have added a quote-unquote second attack. Now the reason, and I'm asking you this, wouldn't be the reason that you added a second attack is you're trying to justify this shooting by making an attack appear to have occurred 8 seconds prior, when in your statement to Detective Proctor, it occurred after the popcorn had fallen on the ground.
I never put the two together. He only hit me one time, and then he was reaching for me the other time, just like when he was shot. He was reaching for me.
I understand. And the jurors have the post-Miranda statement, and they listen to your testimony.
Right?
Okay? And the stories on your post-Miranda statement and today are very different.
We're dealing in microseconds today, and I was dealing with stress then.
Okay, well, 8 seconds isn't microseconds.
I don't know anything about 8 seconds.
We'll get there in a little bit.
Okay.
Now, you indicated that while your left hand was out, because Mr. Olson is virtually on top of you, you believe you were touching his shoulders or his chest because he was virtually in your lap. Do you remember saying he was virtually in your lap?
I do.
Okay, and that's why you're touching him, because the picture you're painting for Detective Proctor is he's on top of you. And you indicated in your statement to Detective Proctor that you were surprised you didn't shoot your own left hand, correct?
I was, yes,
Okay,
sir.
that's because it was out in front of the gun, correct?
That was my perception, yes, sir.
Okay, now you'd agree with me that had your hand truly, really been in front of the gun, there'd be stippling all over your left hand.
The gun was in a, I think you guys call it index shooting position. It would have been very close to my body. It would not have been extended. It would be pretty close to my right hip.
Okay, you're the one that said you're surprised you didn't shoot your left hand,
I
right?
am. Yes, sir.
I didn't make that up. You said yourself you're surprised you didn't shoot your left hand.
That's correct.
Okay, because the gun was in a position where the bullet would come out and shoot your hand. So your hand had to actually be in front of the muzzle. That's the only way you could be afraid you'd shoot yourself.
Your illustration of having your hand straight out in front of you is not what my thought was. My thought was it was down by my hip, and my gun was down by my hip. So all this sticking your hand straight out in front of you had never crossed my mind.
Okay, but in your statement you're saying that you have your left arm out and you're surprised that you didn't shoot yourself.
Okay.
I mean, there's no way around that.
Perceptual distortion.
Okay. Or is it you're trying to justify a shooting that's not lawful?
That would be a fabrication
Correct.
for you.
Now, based on just Detective Proctor's statement, you indicated to Detective Proctor that you were hit on the left side of your face, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, today here in court, you said it was over your left eye, correct?
That's the left side of my face, yes, sir.
Okay, well, wouldn't you agree with me there's a difference between over your left eye and the left side of your face?
I think they're both located in the same place.
Okay, and I really don't mean, I'm truly not being sarcastic, okay? Over your left eye is over your left eye. This is the side of your face. You can't be telling this jury that over your left eye and the left side of your face is the same exact position, are you?
I never thought about a distinction between what you just illustrated. The left side of your face is the left side of your face, or your left eye is the left side of your face. I never differentiated between the two.
So there's no difference between the front of your face and the side of your face to you?
When you illustrate it, they would seem to be. My statement was completely different. I didn't see a difference.
And you're indicating in this statement, and again, we're still just talking about Detective Proctor's statement, that you were hit so hard that you were dazed.
I think dazed, surprised, shocked, all those things would fit that, yes, sir.
Okay, and you yourself said in a taped statement that you bruise easily.
On my arms and my, yes, sir.
Okay, and you heard Jennifer and Matt testify you bruise easily, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
All right, so here's what you're testifying to. You're testifying that there's I think it came out, a 6'4", 6'4" Chad Olson, who's full of rage, is virtually on top of you, and he punches you or hits you hard with a cell phone, so much so that you're dazed, yet you easily bruised and there's not a single mark on your face. That's what you want this jury to believe.
Yes, I do.
Not a single swelling, not a single red mark other than your left eye lid has a little bit of redness on it. That's the extent of the injuries a 6'4" person put on you when they hit you hard enough to daze you, correct?
And knock my glasses off, yes, sir. Or, I'm sorry, askew would be the right word.
And you remember listening to your own witness, Dr. Adams from the medical examiner's office, who talked about all these bony parts and their skin, and the skin's so thin on the side of the face, and you'd expect all these traumas, yet there's not a single mark on you from being punched.
I disagree with the single mark comment.
And everything that we just described isn't even visible on the video, is it?
It was a perception on my part. I was scared. This guy was completely out of control. Didn't seem to be acting rational. I was so scared until I was not sure exactly where he was, but I knew he was attacking me.
Okay. So your perception was an attack that never occurred.
That would be a misstatement to say it never occurred.
Okay. Well, the video's in evidence. The members of the jury could review the video. And you would believe that you were in a life or death struggle prior to the shooting?
Yes, sir.
May we approach Your Honor?
Yes.
Good afternoon, folks. JB here with you still live on WFLA Now. We are monitoring a lot at this hour. Governor DeSantis just finished speaking at CPAC. We also have President Biden speaking right now on WFLA.com about Russia's invasion of Ukraine. That started about 10 to 15 minutes ago, and also live here as well on WFLA.com, the WFLA app, as Curtis Reeves being questioned by prosecutors in the Pasco County movie theater shooting trial. A live look there at Nicole, who is Chad Olson's wife, who was shot in the hand that day, January 13th, 2014, by the same bullet that would pass through her finger onto Chad Olson.
10-minute recess. Please remember my instructions during the break, and don't do any independent research. Don't talk about the facts of the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. And we'll see you at 10 after. Thank you. Thank you. All right.
JB here with you folks on WFLA.com, on WFLA Now. There is Curtis Reeves standing by where he just was giving testimony in the case of his, really in the trial of his, of the murder trial of Chad Olson back in January of 2014. As we've been talking about, Chad Olson shot and killed by Curtis Reeves in a dispute that occurred in the movie theater over a cell phone. This has been a very interesting back and forth exchange between the prosecution and between Reeves, and also too touching on some of the the changes that we have been hearing about being noted by prosecutors between the statements that were given on that day, January 13, 2014, to those investigating the case with the Pasco County Sheriff's Office, in addition to, or the changes between that and the testimony that we have here today. So very interesting to hear just the recollection of those, as we've been talking about, those few precious seconds that all of this happened. That those seconds precious because they are the major determining factor in whether or not Curtis Reeves is going to be found guilty of second-degree murder. Again, live here with you on WFLA.com, the WFLA app. There is a 10-minute recess that will now begin, and we'll be back here at approximately 2:10 Eastern Time, about 10 or so minutes from now. Right now, as well, and we'll just kind of show this here to you folks if we can. I'm going to show you President Biden is speaking right now, and I believe taking questions as well. A whole lot going on right now on WFLA.com. Governor Ron DeSantis just finishing speaking at CPAC. So if you're looking for President Biden, you can go over to WFLA.com, the WFLA app, and you can hear more about the United States' response to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Monumental news with, of course, massive international implications. This is ongoing right now. Back with you here live because our audience here, again, you can click on links to WFLA.com and you can hear from the president. But we're going to stay here with you live from right here in the Tampa Bay area as the Curtis Reeves trial continues with this cross-examination, this lengthy cross-examination that's taking place. And it's likely going to last well into the later portion of the afternoon. Again, if you're just joining us, this has been the only testimony that we have had so far today is of Curtis Reeves taking the stand in his own defense. It began in the morning when he testified and he was questioned by the defense about his lengthy tenure with Tampa Bay area law enforcement, as well as being head of security at Busch Gardens. It then went into the defense asking him about the circumstances of that day and what led to the shooting taking place, and now getting into some of the events that took place on that day, being asked directly by prosecutors. So very interesting to note as well. Many of our commenters were noting as well. One portion of the afternoon testimony was about the reflection that was caused. If you've seen the video, there's a flash of light that is caused by a reflection in the video. There has been an account, of course, that you've been hearing from Curtis Reeves himself, that a phone was used, that he was hit by a phone from Chad Olson in this exchange over the row of seats inside the movie theater, and that there was a reflection that came that was seen in the video, the surveillance footage that they were playing back in court a short time ago. But the state is arguing that reflection was in fact the reflective side of his shoes, and that's why might seem very unorthodox to have a sneaker brought out and being shown as part of evidence in a murder trial. But there it was, the sneaker that has come out multiple times already in this trial so far, and they were noting the reflective sort of material that goes on the outside of the shoe. The state is arguing that reflection is from a sneaker and not from a cell phone. And then, of course, now Reeves is saying that there was, in his testimony today, saying that there was two moments of attack that occurred in this third exchange between he and Olson. One was when he initially claimed that he believed that there was a fist thrown, but then he later said that it was a phone, or a fist thrown. Later clarified that it was a phone that was thrown. That was something that was touched on quite a bit by the state. And then, of course, you have the popcorn that was thrown into the face of Reeves, leading to really the reaction that you see in the surveillance video of him pulling out the firearm and firing the single shot that would pass through the hand of Nicole, Chad Olson's wife, and into Chad Olson's chest, leading to his death a short time thereafter. So here we are, folks. We're live with you on WFLA.com, the WFLA app, Facebook, and YouTube as well. We're about another 6 minutes or so from this getting back underway. A lot of folks saying hi in the comment section. Hello there to you. Hopefully I can do my very best in the next 5 minutes to answer some questions, provide some clarification. It's been a very busy afternoon with Biden, DeSantis, and as well as the Curtis Reeves trial. So juggling a lot right now is our newsroom. It's a busy day at WFLA. Also, so this is very interesting. I'll bring up Paula's comment, and for the next 5 minutes, we'll showcase your hashtag HeyJB comments, as we do here on WFLA Now. If you would like for your comment to be featured, you can use hashtag HeyJB. That's totally up to you. If you don't want your comment to be featured on our news live stream, just don't use the hashtag, and your comment will just scroll on by, and you can comment back and forth with your fellow commenters, those in the audience. But if you'd like for your comment to be featured on screen, just like this, you can use one of the hashtags on your screen, and the only hashtag on your screen right now is AJB. Okay, so Paula Koffer, hashtag AJB. Before I watched the testimony for the past few days, I thought Reeves was guilty. Now I believe the correct verdict should be not guilty. Paula, I'd be very curious to hear your reasoning. So if you'd like to follow up and let me know a little bit as to why you have a difference of opinion, please let me know. I will tell you that while there is a good amount of people, I would say a group of commenters who are saying that Reeves should be found not guilty. A lot of people who have been commenting all along believe that, I would say that I see more comments of people thinking that that Curtis Reeves is going to be found guilty rather than not guilty. Some of you who have just been joining today and reading up on the story, I'm sure. Others who have been following this trial from day one, going back about 9 or so days ago. So we'll look for some more comments in the Facebook Live and YouTube Live comment section. Let's just kind of prove that we're live on YouTube. Relsba, Olds, Aerotech, Jennifer Edwards, Gretchen Mangan, Rich Chung, Deanie Mack, Nancy DeMay. Hello to you on YouTube Live as well. The latest on this story, of course, is on WFLA.com, the WFLA app, the Curtis Reeves movie theater shooting trial. The backstory, 8 years ago, January 13, 2014, when this shooting occurred in a Wesley Chapel movie theater here in the Tampa Bay area. You want to read more about it? You want to read how we got up to this point? All the expert witness testimony. We have hours and hours of content there as well. It's on WFLA.com and the WFLA app if you click on the link in the description on this video. Looking for some other comments in the meantime, and I'll try to bring in a few others here. So this is an interesting question from Margie, and Margie will I'll bring up this comment from you, Victor, as well. We'll bring up these two. Let's bring up first Margie's comment. Hashtag JB. But being an ex-policeman, he should know about the accuracy of a statement. Why is it changing now? And this is when you heard the prosecutor ask about the fading power of observation and how over time your ability to remember an observation is just diminished by the fact that our memories function in that way, that over time our memories aren't as acute as they are in the immediate aftermath of an event taking place in your life. So Margie is asking, why is there a difference? So this has been mentioned multiple times over the course of the testimony. If there's any inconsistencies between the statement that he gave then and the testimony that he's giving 8 years later, what is the reason for that? And that reason is important. Is that because we have a 71-year-old at the time now testifying as a 79-year-old? Is it for a particular purpose? Is it intentional? Is it non-intentional? A difference between a statement that is given in the aftermath of the shooting taking place and the trial that is taking place 8 years later. Is there legal strategy? Is there a legal sort of play here that comes into consideration? These are all questions, and this has been brought up by the state in their cross-examination of Reeves. So trying to get to the bottom of exactly why there's inconsistencies with the statement that he gave back in 2014 to the statement that is being given in 2022. It's key. It's very much key. Victor Luca, hashtag KJB. Let's have cell phone usage in the courtroom while the judge is presiding. You know what's funny, Victor? I don't know if you caught it, but right as, during the cross-examination taking place, I believe it was during the cross-examination, as they brought up cell phone use, there was a cell phone that went off in the courtroom. And I couldn't help but just note in my brain the irony of that moment, that we have this trial that is underway now 8 years later. It all stemmed from use of a cell phone in a place where you're not supposed to use cell phones. There's a disclaimer that goes up at the movie theater that says it's time to put your cell phone away. No electronic devices should be used from this point going forward for the movie's presentation. And then, of course, if there's any other place that's comparable to where you shouldn't have a cell phone or shouldn't have your phone on in any capacity, it's a courtroom. So during this trial, as Curtis Reeves was on the stand, a phone went off, and I couldn't help but think, just the irony that occurs in that moment for that to have taken place during his testimony while he was on the stand in his own defense. It's the time now is 2:10. We're moments away from the camera panning back over to resume the cross-examination of Curtis Reeves again on the stand in his own defense. He was, of course, questioned by his own representation, his own legal representation this morning. Now being cross-examined by prosecutors with the state. This is. I'll take this one here, and it comes in from. It comes in from Justin M. on YouTube. Hello to our YouTube audience, where we can take social media comments from Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube with hashtag KJB. And we'll take this one from Justin, and it reads as follows: hashtag KJB, are you allowed to give your opinion, guilty or innocent? I don't. Here's my first and foremost. Everyone's going to have their own opinion. Everyone's going to have their own opinion, and if you've seen every moment of the trial, you have a pretty relatively valid opinion. Now, you're not there in the courtroom. The juror's opinion is the one that really matters. But if you have been paying attention to this trial from day one, you really do have an opinion. But your opinion can't be formed until we're done, until we've heard all the testimony and all the evidence.
Again?
To answer the question, I'm not going to be giving my opinion. We're waiting for the culmination of this trial itself. And even when they do, I will allow our commenters to give their own opinion. I will not be giving my own. We're back live from the courthouse in the Curtis Reeves trial.
Thank you.
Okay.
Ready? Thank you. Jurors in the courtroom, Your Honor. Jurors may be seated. Jurors are all present. May I come back for you, Your Honor?
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, were you all able to abide by my instructions during the recess?
Yes.
All right, thank you. I can't get this up on my screen. It's not. It's my fault.
Yeah.
I have to push a button and I don't know which one. I've pushed every button I can figure out and that probably didn't help either, so I'll have to,
technical difficulties as well.
I'll have to step down.
All right, we're going to move on from the first statement that you gave to Detective Proctor. I want to talk about what your testimony is today. Okay? Today you're testifying that there were 2 attacks, and that the first attack happened immediately when you got back from the manager, correct?
As soon as he jumps out of his chair, yes, sir.
Okay. And may I have the witness step down, Your Honor?
You may.
And I'm going to need to move this up.
I can see on the screen. I'll stay here.
Everybody see? More this way. Okay, so everybody see? Okay, so your testimony is today, you came back from the manager, okay? This is you coming back from the manager, correct?
Excuse me, Mr. Rosenwasser, what exhibit is
Oh,
this?
this is State's Exhibit number 2.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so here, this is where we see you coming back into the screen, correct?
I'm coming back into the screen, I'm not sure. Okay. All
Now
right.
you sit down,
Yes, sir.
you cross your legs. Now your testimony is this is when you're attacked, correct?
Yes, sir. It's right after I sat down, yes, sir.
Okay, and right here, I don't know if anyone, can you all see this?
Yes.
I don't know if it's better to use the pointer or the laser. Okay, right here, you see where this is?
Yes.
Okay, that's Chad Olson, correct?
Yes, sir, I think.
Okay, so let's keep an eye on Mr. Olson. And I'm just rocking this back and forth. You see him turning around in his seat here, correct? He's just swiveling at the hip as he's looking back at you.
All I can see is a head and an arm. I'm sorry.
Okay, well, I mean, your testimony was that he was standing up and he attacked you. But if you look at the video, doesn't it look as though he's turning in his seat?
He turned in his seat and jumped up. I don't.
Okay. Well, your testimony was at this point, the implication was, based on what happened during the trial, was that this light right here that's attached to your shoe was supposed to be the cell phone, possibly. So it's at this point in time that your testimony must be that you're being attacked.
I am being attacked right now. Whether the white light is a cell phone or not, I have no idea.
Okay. Now, let's watch this. So this is going forward. Okay? Now, at this point, and this is the loop that was admitted as defense exhibit, at this point,
Judge,
you're
this was
saying
not-
that...
this was- I object, that is not the loop that we admitted. That is completely different. Ours was done by our expert.
All right,
Okay.
then,
I'll rephrase it.
okay, thank you.
This is our video, of course. Obviously not the loop that was your defense exhibit, okay? What I meant was this is the period of time that's depicted on the defense exhibit. Now, you're telling this jury that at this point in time, a cell phone was thrown at you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And your testimony was that at this point in time, Chad Olson is standing up and threw a cell phone at you and hit you in the left side of your face.
At this point, I get in the face, he's turning and standing up. I think you're showing microseconds down there. In my mind, it was all one move.
Okay, in your mind it could be all one movement, but when you look at the video,
You can't tell.
you can't see it because it didn't happen.
You can't see it because he's not on the screen.
Right. So if he's not on the screen, he's not attacking you.
If he's not on the screen, he's off the screen.
Exactly.
Has nothing to do with whether he's attacking me or not.
Okay, so you're saying that when he's off the screen here, this is when the cell phone comes flying at you.
I think we've been through that, but at this point in time, it looks like a big distance there. We're looking at, I'm thinking 12 to 15 inches before he's at. He's just right on the very edge of the screen.
Okay, I understand that.
Yeah.
Okay. Did he punch you with the phone in his hand, or did he throw the phone at you? Because I think your testimony was that he punched you with the cell phone.
I wasn't sure because it happened so quickly.
Because clearly in looking at the video, there's no part of his body striking your face. Right? Because as you indicated, he's not even in the frame.
Okay, you threw it.
All right, so what you're telling this jury is that Chad Olson threw his several $100 iPhone at your face.
That would be a reasonable expectation.
Okay, and obviously for you to fear for your safety so that you have to shoot Chad Olson later on, that cell phone had to be thrown pretty hard at you, correct?
It was, yes.
Okay, yet you don't have a single mark.
Judge, I'm going to check, ask and answer. That was 20 minutes ago.
Well, Your Honor, this was a completely separate incident that Mr. Reeves was testifying about. That's the reason I'm going into this particular cell phone. This is a different incident.
All right, just continue.
So you're indicating that he threw it at you now, he didn't punch you with it, yet you don't have an injury consistent with being hit with an iPhone at such a great speed that you'd be later concerned for your safety.
I have on glasses that absorb the impact. That's my only thought. They knocked the skew on my face. Perhaps it was a glancing blow. I was hit in my face.
Okay.
Chad Olson.
Okay, and the glasses that we passed around to the members of the jury, they rest on your nose like all other glasses, yet you didn't have any markings from the part that holds the glasses close to your nose either.
I didn't see that on any photograph.
Right.
Can you guys speak up, Mr. Wilson? Please, I'm sorry. Can you please speak up?
Okay, I'm sorry.
Can't hear you. It's right here for you, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so now let's talk about what happens next. Your testimony is that Nicole Olson is now standing up trying to hold Chad Olson back.
I don't think I ever said Nicole was standing up.
Okay. Is your testimony that at any point in time after this, Nicole Olson is standing up, holding Chad Olson back because he's raging towards the seat?
My focus was on Chad Olson. She had a hold of Chad Olson. I have no clue whether she was standing, partially standing, sitting, I don't know.
Okay. Did you ever see Nicole Olson trying to hold Chad Olson back after the cell phone's thrown at you?
I did.
Okay. And she's holding him back because your testimony is that he's coming to get you, and he's this raging guy with a contorted face, right?
Yes.
Okay. And now, you saw the video where you were walking into the theater. We did that early on. You remember that? Okay. When you were walking into the theater, was there a fight happening in the theater?
Here I'm walking at?
Right.
No, there's no fight.
Okay.
I
And
mean, I don't know what was on screen, but
Okay, I'm not talking about the screen, I'm talking about people in the theater. There wasn't a fight or something crazy going on, right?
No.
Okay, and here's what I'm saying. When you're walking into the theater, this motion-activated camera picks you up just walking with your wife casually to sit down in a seat, correct? You saw that?
I did.
All right. Now, you want this jury to believe that Nicole Olson is holding Chad Olson back. And he's raging come at you. During the time period that this motion-activated camera isn't picking it up.
Objection, Your Honor, improper predicate. It's not picking up anything in row B. Anything in row B.
No?
That camera's picking nothing up in row B.
Excuse me. We can approach, no standing objections, please.
Can we approach?
Yes. And what is?
Hearing page 1867 to 1868.
I'm going to object. What's the question?
I'm addressing what you...
What is the question?
Okay, can we look at that? I'm going to talk about what's happening during this blue screen, okay? The blue screen, there was testimony by Mr. Koenig that the blue screen is unrecorded video segments. You remember that? No,
Objection.
that's in ours. It's in
Objection.
your
It's
video,
black
it's black.
screens.
I'm doing that. In our video, it's blue. In your video, it's black. Regardless, it's an unrecorded section that wasn't picked up by the motion detection system. You recall that? Okay, so during this section, this blue section, was Nicole Olson trying to hold Chad Olson back, and he was pulling away from her. He looked as though he was out of control, in a fit of rage, trying to get over the seat to you.
During that brief period of time, she had a hold of him, now when he jumped up and turned, I didn't see her, I was only saw him.
Okay, what I'm asking you is this. During this period that was not recorded by the camera system, was Miss Olson trying to hold Chad Olson back because he was trying to get over the seat to you?
She had a hold of him when he first jumped up. I would assume she had a hold of him then.
Okay. Would it refresh your memory to take a look at this hearing?
Sure.
Bottom of page 1868.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I said. She had a hold of him before he jumped up. She had a hold of him when he was standing up.
So Chad Olson was pulling away. He looked to you like he was out of control, in a fit of rage, trying to get over the seat to you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yet, my point being, when you're walking into the movie theater, the camera system is picking up just you and your wife walking in, correct?
When I first got there.
Correct. Okay. But this description that we just talked about, the way you're portraying it, he's trying to get over you, and she's holding him back. The camera system doesn't capture that. Yet, it can capture you just walking in the movie theater calmly.
It doesn't capture anything on their row, the camera system.
Okay? It doesn't capture it on your row. There's nothing captured here. The camera isn't picking anything up. There's no significant movement. It's not that it's not capturing the row, it's capturing nothing. Isn't that correct? The blue screen is not capturing anything at all.
I see. It's not detecting motion, is that what you're saying?
Correct. You're portraying this, that Nicole Olson's holding Chad Olson back.
He's trying to answer, and it's one interruption after
It
another.
hasn't. I'm sorry.
No, I'm listening.
It doesn't key on their row at all.
You're right. But when you're looking at this blue screen, which is a black screen in your video, it's not keying on any row because it's not detecting any motion. Isn't that
Because I'm
correct?
stuck to my seat, yeah.
But you're saying that Nicole Olson is fighting with Chad Olson, who's trying to get over the seat, yet it's not recording any motion.
Their row does not trigger, in my mind, does not trigger the camera in that row. If it did, we'd have full view of everything that he did.
No, the reason you don't have a full view of everything he did is because
Objection,
your
Your Honor,
camera angle.
that's not a question. He is argumentative at this point.
Isn't it true that the reason you don't see that row is based on the camera angle? Has nothing to do with the motion activation system.
It has to do with the fact that they're right on the very edge of the camera system. I have no idea how it works.
Remember when I was asking you questions about your left hand? And if you're shooting, I use the term shooting from the hip, it's incorrect, but we were talking about where your left hand would go, that to keep it out of muzzle path, that you would put it close to your body.
That was I've never done it.
Correct, okay? Now, do you see your right hand here? Your right hand has the firearm, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You see your left hand,
No, sir, I don't.
okay? Right here.
That's the right hand, right?
No, your right hand is going to be with the gun, and if you look to the left side of your body,
I
you'll
have
see your left hand.
It's not, I guess, I don't know where it's at. It's not in front of me.
Okay. So you don't see it go over towards your chest?
I see my hand moving because I'm being attacked. I don't know what it's moving. I mean, this is, It's moving all around with your leg. I don't know, it's in my lap perhaps.
What's in your lap after you bring it over from your left side, which is exactly what I'm asking you.
I did not consciously grab a hold of my chest. That's the only answer I can give.
You did it instinctively because it's part of your training.
No, we have never trained to grab a hold of your chest.
I'm not using the whiteboard anymore.
Okay. Mr. Martin, can you guys push it back a little bit further so I can see the podium? That's good. That's good. Thanks.
So a couple more questions about that particular scenario. When you came back from the manager, when did you grab your popcorn? Immediately when you sat down?
Yes, I was sitting down, yes.
Okay. So before you were struck with the phone?
Before I was what, sir? Before what?
Before you said you were struck with the phone, you grabbed your popcorn?
Right, yes, sir.
Okay. But your popcorn doesn't spill when you're struck with the phone very hard, does it?
I can't see that either.
Okay. Now, I didn't show you the videos are in evidence, but let me ask you this. If a phone's thrown at you that hard, how is it that you keep going forward after the time the phone hits you? I mean, wouldn't you agree with me that generally when someone's hit hard with an object, they react, that they put their hands up to where they were hit, or their head goes backwards, they make some type of reaction. Why is it that you don't react at all once you're hit by this cell phone so very hard?
I could speculate and say that I had karate training, I had grappling training. When you're involved in a life or death struggle, you don't take time to grab your face. You need to defend yourself. After it was over with, I replaced my glasses and checked my face.
Okay, so just my last couple of questions. You remember when you were sitting in the cruiser, Detective Proctor's cruiser?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and he asked you a whole series of questions to go into detail about what occurred, correct?
I don't remember those detectives asking me very many questions at all.
Okay, but we have a transcript for it, and we have your voice, correct?
Right.
All right. And when he came back to talk to you a second time, he said, look, and I'm paraphrasing, Curtis, if there's anything else you have to tell me, right?
Yes.
You remember that?
Yes.
When you were sitting in the back of that cruiser, and now we're talking about this hit that you're so certain of, that it glazed and it was just a terrible hit. You remember when you were in the back of that cruiser and you said, as I'm sitting back in here, I'm second guessing myself?
Oh,
Did
yes,
he
sir.
even hit me?
Yes, sir. I've second guessing it for the last 8 years. Anybody that's involved in something like that and they don't second guess it, it's got to be nuts.
Okay, but what I'm asking you is not if you second guessed that. You second guessed the very fact that you were even hit.
I second guessed every step of that encounter. Yes, sir, I did.
You agree with me it's not good to second guess whether or not someone ever hit you? Or even second guess yourself when you shoot and kill another person?
I think that if you are human and you have respect for human life, you would always second guess yourself constantly.
You second guessed this very hit that you testified to.
I second guessed this entire event.
I understand. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you. Redirect.
Yeah, just briefly, Your Honor. Mr. Reeves, let's go from the beginning of the prosecutor's cross, just briefly. He indicated that you were able to do all these things despite your current condition. Would you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury if you have a handicap sticker on your car?
Objection, this is not relevant to
Oh, yeah.
2014.
Oh, yeah.
No.
Mr. Reeves, he asked you about the fact that you could go hunting, get up on a tree, mow the lawn, right?
Yes, sir.
Somehow indicating that you don't have the conditions that you currently have, correct?
Correct.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury why you do all those things.
All right, Your Honor, I'll just object to the time frame that we're talking about. It doesn't matter what's happening.
2013, 2014, those 2 years.
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury why you do those things.
To try to maintain a level of fitness as I get older, keep my joints. I do range of motion exercises. I rode bike. I used an elliptical. I've tried to do it 4, 5, sometimes 6 days a week. I pick up, instead of using a pitchfork to pick up things in the backyard, I use my hands to bend over and pick them up. It exercises my back. I wear a back brace when I mow the
All right,
yard. So, so that I don't get jerked around while I'm riding the lawnmower. So that's what I've always done. Like when we shoot sporting clays, we walk for the physical exercise.
Do you just want to stay home and sit in a chair all day? Is that what you want to do?
No, sir, I don't.
Do you ever want to be at a point in your life where all you do?
Objection, relevance.
Do you ever want to be at a point in your life where that's all you're able to do?
No, sir, I'm not looking forward to that at all.
Now, the prosecutor showed you and the jury 2 photos. Can I approach? One was, I want you to read that exhibit number for the jury.
The ID number or the evidence number?
The evidence number.
The evidence number is 9-1.
9-1. Okay, so we're going to put 9-1 here. Now I want you to read this exhibit. These are the 2 exhibits that we passed around to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Read the exhibit number for that one.
7-3.
7-3. Let me give you one more. I want you to read that 9-1 is a part of a composite, okay, exhibit. I want you to read all of the numbers in this composite.
Each one of those that are
Each
stapled
one of
together?
them.
9-6, 9-5, 9-4, 9-3, 9-2.
9-2. And so the 9-1 that you mentioned earlier goes with that composite, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so now, may I ask the witness to step down?
Sure.
Now, Mr. Reeves, I'm going to show you what's 9-1. That was the one that was shown with the 7-3 photo, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let's look at that. Hold it up for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. I'm going to show now 9-2. You see 9-2 there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you see a hand coming in that direction?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's put that behind your fingers there.
Yes, sir.
Let's look at now 9-3. You see 9-3?
Yes, sir.
Can you point out to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury a hand?
Yes, sir, it's right here.
Okay, let's go to 9-4. Can you show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the hand there in 9-4?
It's all the way across, right up against my face, looks like.
It's a progression in the composite, correct?
Yes, sir.
And let's go now to 9-5.
Yes, sir.
Can you look and show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the hand there at 9-5?
Yes, sir, it's all the way across again up against my face.
And then finally, let's go now to 9-6 and show the hand to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Yes, sir, it's still in contact right there, all the way across, right over the top of my wife's head.
And that was a popcorn incident, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so now let's go to 7-3. Stay right there, please. 7-3, what you testified in cross-examination, was the first attack, correct?
I think so, yes, sir.
Would you show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury Mr. Olson coming over his seat in the first attack?
Right here.
You may take your seat. No further questions.
May this witness be released? Or are you done with them?
Yes, yes.
You can have a seat, Mr. Reeves. Counsel approach.
JB here with you live, everybody, on WFLA Now. Curtis Reeves off the stand, wrapping up his testimony. Questioned by his defense attorneys, by prosecutors, and then again by members of the defense, now seated back down with attorneys who were in sidebar with the judge. We're about to get audio back here momentarily.
Mr. Escobar,
The defense will rest.
thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, obviously you heard the defense rest. That means that the lawyers and myself have some work to do that does not involve you. It's going to take us probably a couple hours, so I'm going to let you go home for today. And the plan for tomorrow will be closing arguments first thing when you come in at 8:30. After that, after all the closings, I instruct you, and then it'll be time for your deliberations. So as I mentioned earlier in the week, I don't know how long things will last tomorrow, so please make arrangements to possibly stay late. You know, I have no way of knowing how long your deliberations may go, but that's the order of business for tomorrow, okay? Any questions? All right, please remember my instructions during the recess. No independent research, no discussing the facts amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Don't watch the news, and we'll see you back in here, well, jury pool room at 8, a little after 8, whatever time you get there for them, but we're going to start at about 8:30. Thank you.
Breaking news on WFLA Now. Here's J.B. Buno.
The defense rests in the Curtis Reeves murder trial, the trial of a shooting in a Pasco County movie theater back in 2014, 8 years ago. Now getting closer to the jury deciding whether or not Curtis Reeves, seen here on your screen, is guilty of second-degree murder. Hey there, everybody. JB Buno here with you live on WFLA Now. Good to have you with us this Thursday afternoon. You just heard from the judge. They are going to... Let's listen in first.
We'll be in recess till then.
And as the audio came back up, just wanted to make sure that our audience didn't miss anything. You can see here Reeves speaking to his defense attorneys. The attorneys look pleased, giving him a pat on the arm. Again, we don't have audio. Otherwise, of course, I would bring you the audio. You can see there Mrs. Reeves on your left grabbing her purse and will be making her way for the exit with her husband out, of course, on bail on the second-degree murder charge. And this resumes Friday morning with closing arguments and then likely soon thereafter, as we expect, at some point on Friday, the jury to potentially begin deliberations. And upon the jury beginning their deliberations, it could be extended hours for jurors who might have to give up some of their time past Friday at 5 o'clock, depending on, of course, what the judge determines to do with the deliberation process and how long we expect it to last. You can see Curtis Reeves speaking with his wife, who did testify earlier in the trial. You can see him smiling and appearing to wink over at his wife as well. We're live across our social media platforms in addition to WFLA.com, the WFLA app. Greetings to folks on Facebook and on YouTube. By now, if you have found this trial and if you've been paying attention to it, whether it's been in the last several hours, the last several days, last several weeks, or you've been paying attention to this case for a majority of the last decade, you're ready to know what the verdict is. By now, you understand what occurred on January 13, 2014, when Curtis Reeves pulled out a gun and shot Chad Olson. It was a fatal gunshot that also struck Chad Olson's wife in the hand with that single bullet. Curtis Reeves says he was fearful for his safety, for his life. Says that he was attacked with a cell phone. Then, of course, we then have the video showing the popcorn getting thrown. And then him pulling out his firearm, his pistol, and firing it in the direction of the Olsons. And it would be a fatal gunshot wound for the 43-year-old Chad Olson. You can see here Reeves shaking hands. This has been his day of testimony, his day in court, if you will, speaking and giving his version of what was going on in his mind at the time of this shooting. This has been 8 years now of waiting for people in this courtroom, for people in this community, for people in this region of our country who have been following this trial from, or the formation of this trial, going back to when it was attempted to be a stand your ground case. Now it is, of course, a second-degree murder trial. But all of the evidence, all of the testimony has now officially been laid out. The only process now between Curtis Reeves, between jury deliberations beginning, is closing arguments, which will be a summation of the prosecution's case, the defense's case against, before the judge declares jury deliberations to begin. And it's anyone's guess as to right now as to how long deliberations are expected to begin and how long into the night they could potentially go on Friday evening, how long they could go into the weekend. It's really at the judge's discretion, and communicating with jurors on the jury process, within the jury process, as to how long this is expected to go. But tomorrow will be a key day. So for those of you joining us, and I see a lot of you joining us on Facebook Live, on YouTube Live as well, tomorrow will be another key day in this case. We throughout this entire process, we knew that Curtis Reeves taking the stand would be potentially the most significant day in this trial. We are now past that point. You have heard all of the testimony from Curtis Reeves, talking about, saying things such as he looked like a monster, that he felt that he had no other choice, that it was a very quick, a very fast event, that he was under the belief that in those seconds that he believed he could be seriously injured or killed, that he couldn't ward himself off. But then you heard there the case from the state too, asking if Chad Olson had said, "Get the F out of my face," why was there these repeated instances between 3 instances, exchanges in total between Olson and Curtis Reeves? If Curtis Reeves did in fact go to get the manager, why at that stage just let theater management handle it? These are questions that were posed today. These are important questions to the case itself that led to the escalation of this disagreement between these two men, and whether or not, of course, Curtis Reeves was within his right to take out his firearm and fire it in the direction of the Olsons. So we're going to find out more, of course, tomorrow in closing arguments. But really, if the closing arguments, of course, going to be so helpful for you, the audience, and for us as reporters to just get a summation and an overall centralized focus for why the prosecution believes that Curtis Reeves is guilty and why the defense believes that he should be exonerated. It's going to be laid out for us. But really what everybody is anticipating after waiting for 8 years now for there to be an answer as to whether or not legally Curtis Reeves acted within his rights, or if he committed the act of murder. I think that there's just a heavy amount of anticipation for this getting to the jury, getting to the deliberation process, and getting to ultimately a verdict. So, folks, we're going to we're going to end our live stream across Facebook, across YouTube as well, and let you know that our streaming coverage resumes tomorrow morning, Friday morning, the 25th of February, when, of course, we will begin to hear closing arguments. Closing argument for prosecutions, for the prosecutors, for the defense, and then there will be a laid out process for jury deliberations to begin. That's all that stands between this moment in time right now and a verdict being reached potentially in the case of Curtis Reeves in his second-degree murder trial. Of course, we have the latest for you on WFLA.com, the WFLA app, the latest on Curtis Reeves and the movie theater shooting trial that we've been covering over the last 2 weeks here on WFLA.com, the WFLA app. If you want to read the latest, the summation of how we got from then to now, it's all for you on WFLA.com, the WFLA app. And as we approach 3 o'clock Eastern time, be on the lookout for 8 on Your Side's Jeff Patterson and his reports tonight on WFLA News Channel 8. Jeff Patterson covering this story for us, following all of the events taking place in the courtroom. So he'll have a summation of today's events as he has had in previous days on your NBC station here in Tampa Bay, WFLA News Channel 8, 8 on Your Side. I'm JB. Thanks for joining us here, and we'll see you tomorrow morning here live on WFLA Now.